We are good to go. I'm calling to order the 122nd meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, once again at the Boston Convention Center at about 10:30 in the morning. As usual, the first item on the agenda is approval of minutes. Commissioner McHugh.
The minutes, colleagues, are in the packet. This time I actually have a suggested correction, and that's at page 3, 1:50 p.m. I should have caught this before. General Counsel Blue presented the decision in principle relative to the premises. That presentation was of the final, was of the draft decision. The decision in principle was made the week earlier, and what was presented at that meeting was the draft decision. So I would change in principle to the draft decision relative to the draft written decision relative to the premises. But with that correction and any others that...
There's also a typo on the 1036, doesn't matter, but the words are,
okay.
the word commissions, the fourth line needs an apostrophe.
Okay. So with my substantive correction and any others that anybody has, does anybody have any other corrections? I guess that's...
Just one quick correction. Under that same 1036 entry, we refer to Penn National and Turner Gaming.
Turner Gaming, yes.
Unless they're venturing off in a new line of work.
Something they haven't told us about. Right, okay. That is a substantive correction. We'll make that as well.
Yeah.
So I would, with those corrections then, and any other typographical or mechanical things that arise on a further reading, I'd move that the Commission approve the minutes of the May 15 meeting as
Second.
presented in the package.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Next up is design excellence comments. Commissioner McHugh, do you want to?
I do. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We, some time ago, posted on our website a request for comments as to the exterior design of the three applicants' proposals, the two in Region A and the one in Region B, and asked for comment on those proposals. We've gotten and are including in the packet today about 30 pages of comments that we've gotten from the general public. But the American Institute of Architects, which was very helpful to us in the beginning by running a forum at which we got a lot of really thoughtful ideas about design and design concepts, once again has reached out and has suggested doing a collaborative, undertaking a collaborative process that would yield some comments for us. And so I asked John Nanari, the executive director, to give us a brief synopsis of what he planned to do and then come and talk to us today about it. I should add that given the timelines, he and I talked, I think, a week ago or a week and a half ago, and the deadline for Springfield comments was coming up very quickly. The posted deadline was May 27th on Tuesday, and I asked him if he would be prepared to go ahead, or his group would be prepared to go ahead, and I would ask my colleagues to expand the deadline to May 30th, which is tomorrow, in order to give them time to do what they wanted to do and give us some comments. So before we're finished, I'd like to do that formally and see if everybody's in agreement. But then, without further ado, let me ask John Nanari to talk to us about the proposal. And thanks for being here, and thanks for reaching out.
Yes, thank you. For the record, my name is John Nanari. I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts chapter of the American Institute of Architects. And it's good to see you all again. What I thought I would do today is just sort of walk through the process that we were envisioning as a way of organizing a professional response to your request. So looking at the timelines and working with Commissioner McHugh, we sort of set up a two-step process. One specifically to deal with Springfield, because we knew that had a much shorter time frame, and another process for the Everett and Revere proposals. The outline that you have in front of you talks about review format and rules of conversation, and I won't read from that. I'll just sort of walk you through the concept that we're planning on using, and then I can talk to you a little bit about yesterday, the group that we got together to talk about Springfield. So the review format itself, in talking with my board, we decided to go with a format that's sort of typical for anybody that goes to school or works in the design profession. It's a process we use that I suppose is probably similar to a lot of other professions. I'm sure there's variations on what I'm about to describe, but the process that we generally use, and I'll just use when you're in college as the way to understand the process. When you're in college, you're going to school for architecture, you take architectural studios. And what generally happens is during your studio, you'll have 2 reviews. And both of those reviews will be done in a way where at the beginning of the semester, you're given a project. Let's say it's a museum. Excuse me, halfway through the semester, your professor will say, this is the stopping point. You're going to pin all of your drawings up on a wall. You're going to put all your models on display. And the professor will go out and get a group of peers, usually other architects or other professors. And it goes by many names. Some call it a jury, some call it a design review, some call it a crit, but it's all basically the same thing, where you as the proponent stand up and you talk about what your design scheme is, and you use your drawings and your models to explain what it is you're trying to do. And usually have about a half hour or so to explain what you're doing. And at the end of that, the peer reviewers comment. And at the midterm, or at the halfway point, the point of that review is to take those comments and then work for the rest of the semester, either incorporating the comments that you heard into your design or defending why you heard a certain comment and you don't feel that fits in your project, and you prepare yourself to defend that. And then at the end of the semester, it's what's called a final jury, final review, final crit, whatever you want to call it, where the same thing happens. Pin all your drawings up on the wall, get all your models out, all your sketches. A group of peers of the professor is brought in, and same process occurs. You describe what you're doing, and then the folks that are listening react to what you've done. That process extends into the professional services at any architectural engineering firm where a project is being designed in concept or schematic design or design development. The drawings and models will be put up on the wall. People will come in and comment, and it's usually a way to help catch things in design that you weren't looking at, or even change your design if need be, if others are just not seeing what you're trying to do. So we sort of took that concept and decided that would probably be the best approach in order to gather a group of professionals to look at the drawings and all the information that's in the applications, and to give them something to react to. That being said, what we grappled with as a board was whether we should use that traditional model in the strictest of sense, whereas we as AIA would reach out to the design proponents of the three casinos, or the 3 proposals, and ask them to come in and present to us, or do we do the opposite and not ask them to come in, but simply react to the same information that's been made available to the general public. And what we decided was it would be, in fairness, it would be best not to ask the proponents to come in and present their ideas to us, that we should just react to the information that's been made to the available to the general public. But that being said, there was also a discussion that said that we should at least inform the 3 proponents that we're planning on doing this, and if they would like to attend, they're welcome to attend so that they can listen to the comments that are being made. The thought might be they might hear some things that might help them further down the road in their designs. So that was the basic idea. Originally, when we were thinking this through, we wanted to apply this to all 3 projects, Springfield, Everett, and Revere, but given the timing, we realized we wouldn't have enough time to really do that. So we set up a separate process specifically for Springfield, which we actually did yesterday. And that process will truly be it was an organization of design professionals, but the comments that will be submitted as a group of design professionals as opposed to comments specifically endorsed by AIA Massachusetts. The reason being, quite frankly, the timing. The process that we have set up that I've just described, we will be able to collect the comments, edit them, the board will be able to review them, and then agree on them, and then we will submit them on the Everett and Revere proposal. We weren't able to do that same process. There just wasn't enough time to make that happen for the Springfield project. So what we did was yesterday we gathered a group of professionals, we pinned up all the drawings, we walked through all the drawings and collected the comments, and I have a first draft of that, which I can share some of the comments with you if you'd like. But I'm in the process of editing it for grammatical errors and making sure that everybody agrees with the comments that were written, and I will have those submitted to you for tomorrow. For the Everett and Revere proposals, we're looking to gather the group of individuals somewhere during the week of June 16th to the 20th. What we will have is a 9-member jury, which will be 3 members from each of the 3 chapters in the state, but we will also be inviting any and all AIA members to attend the session so that they can listen, and they can also feel free to add comments. We will have the discussion moderated, and the moderator will be there simply to stop the conversation, which you might imagine in a design conversation could be pretty free-ranging. The moderator will be there to really keep us on focus so we can start at things like comments about the site, comments on the exterior facade, comments on plan, comments on section, and really kind of keep us on track. So we will be doing that again somewhere during the week of June 16th to 20th. We'll collect the comments, we'll edit them, put them into a written form, and then get them submitted to you by June 30th. With that, that essentially is the process we plan to use. We're hoping that the Commission sees that as a beneficial process to you, and we're certainly open to any suggestions you may have. Obviously, we'll let you know what the date of the actual review will be. Understanding issues of quorum and public meetings, we will simply say that you are more than welcome to attend. And if you all want to attend, we just need to make sure that we do it properly so that the meeting is put up as a public notice and all the legal requirements of such a meeting. So we at least make that offer.
Thank you, Mr. Nunnery. I guess you're all assuming that there's value in this process prior to the award of the license, which is why you're talking about timelines,
Yeah.
The way you're talking about them. But isn't there also some value to a process like this after the license has been awarded?
Absolutely. In our Springfield comments, that's exactly what we suggest, which is, what was submitted, although are called schematic designs, and some of them are, and looking at the proposals, some of the proposals are schematic, some are a little more concept. And the reality is this is a long process of designing and building, and there is a local review process that still must be gone through, the planning boards, the zoning boards, the conservation commissions. And what we suggest, at least in the Springfield comments, is making sure that those processes occur and making sure that the Gaming Commission is aware of those processes, because what can happen during planning board reviews, zoning board reviews, Concom reviews is designs change. And what you are signing off on, let's say on the Springfield project in 2 weeks, a year and a half later, once it's finally done with permitting and starting construction, might be, I won't say considerably different, but it'll be different because there will be restrictions that'll be put on the project that are local restrictions as opposed to any conditions you may put on the license in terms of the design.
Right. Yeah, and where I'm going to, actually, I've sat through a process like this. I understood it to be referred to as a pinup, just like you said.
Yeah.
The architect or team of architects would pin up all their drawings and present to to a group of peers their concept, and I think it's actually very educational for all the participants, but especially was for me when I sat as just a spectator. And I want to pick up on something you did mention, which is a lot of, there's a lot of, in my estimation, there's a lot of rich discussion that happens between the architect who proposes something, who explains their concept with their drawings and the back and forth. And it's even richer when you do it a second time, just like you described, when the design has evolved. So it occurs to me that by looking at the deadline prior to the award of the license, and looking to see how the dates are limited, and your suggestion that because of that, the applicant would not be present, we would be missing, not we, but everybody would be missing that richness of back and forth. And I understand where your board is coming from in terms of meeting the deadline and providing comments prior to the award of the license, but I wonder if we would be better served having that process after the award of the license in both instances, and have that rich discussion in more than once.
You can, absolutely. What we were trying to be cognizant of was we didn't want our what we'll call process to be viewed by the commission or by the proponents as any type of additional process that they would need to go through prior to June 30th. And so the question became, how do you sort of thread that needle? You know, we thought the best way to thread that needle was by simply reaching out to the firms to let them know that we were doing it, but we as AIA Massachusetts certainly have no authority to make them attend a design review. And we were leery about just simply coming to you and saying, well, if you want us to use this process, then we need your help, and you need to tell them that they need to come to this design review, because again, that would be a process on top of a process that you've already established, and we didn't want to do that. So our thought was this would be the best way to do it, is to invite them, to let them come and listen. Now, we certainly would be open to, if the commission was interested in looking at a longer time frame and saying over the next year and a half, while they're going through their local process, which will have sort of design reviews embedded in that local process, if the commission wants to have its own sort of, whether you want to call it a design review or at least just an update from the proponents as to where they are in the design and what the design now looks like, and have them talk about why this may have changed or that may have changed or why this has been added, I absolutely think that that would be a benefit to you and to the proponents and to the communities that they're going in. Because one of the things that came out of the discussions in Springfield yesterday was just looking at the proposal, which is basically taking 3 blocks and turning it into one, and the closing of some streets. And some people who are urban designers were looking at that and really questioning why, given experience of urban designers today, looking across the country at projects that have been done where streets have been closed, one of the comments was, that's a bad idea. Traffic actually helps create vitality, and by closing off streets and stopping traffic, you start to lose some of the urban feel that you might have. And although there's an understanding of why you do this, to allow for pedestrian access, when there's no pedestrians there, quite frankly, you just have very large open spaces that look empty. Probably the best example I can give you that you all know is Boston City Hall. Huge plaza, looks great when there's people there, but when there's no one there, it looks a little empty. So we're not talking that there's any sort of open spaces like that in the Springfield proposal, but that's the same concept of saying when there's cars, there's a little vitality, people are walking on the sidewalks and in the streets, and it helps. So there was some concern about, the closing of Howard Street completely and the loss of Bliss Street, although Bliss Street seemed to be a little less of a concern than Howard Street. But those are the things that come up during design review, and those are the things that the designers can take into account and go back to the drawings and say, well, maybe there's a better way to do this. Because design, while you're putting things pen to paper, that's the time to do it. The time not to do it, as Jennifer will tell you, is during construction.
Right. Now, I understand that point, but I'm just going to go out on a limb here, and maybe the architect and the team from MGM has a really legitimate reason
Yes.
to close that street.
Absolutely.
Something totally unrelated to vitality and maybe, I don't know, security or constructability, and all of that gets weighed in, and in the back and forth becomes a lot more
Yeah.
rich, right?
A lot of times, and it happens quite often, that the peer reviewers will look at the drawings and say, oof, horrible idea. But once it's presented, everybody understands, because there's nothing written telling you why they did exactly that. But once they understand, they say, oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Right.
So yes, if we had our druthers, we would much prefer to have a true traditional design jury where all three proponents are presenting, and then we can react to that. But again, given the timeframes, given our concern that we didn't want to create another process or something that could be viewed as another process, we ended up deciding to go the course that we've suggested. And we're open, if the commission wants to talk about ways to bring in the three folks or after the June 30th and tomorrow's deadline, we're certainly open to doing that.
John, I had a quick question, and first of all, let me start off by thanking you and your organization. You guys engaged with us and reached out to us pretty early on in this process, and have certainly volunteered and contributed a lot of your time. As you're looking at the drawings and conceptuals, how much do you take into play where these facilities are actually going to be located? There's verbiage in the statute which talks about blending in with the surroundings or being compatible with the surroundings. How have you melded that into your process?
Well, it'll be more formalized certainly for when we have the nine-member jury and the moderator sort of helping us focus on those exact issues. But I can say yesterday during the Springfield discussions, it was brought up. And there was a concern, quite frankly, that the design for the Springfield project right now seems to be a very inward-looking design. They've taken 3 blocks, they've kind of focused everything in towards Howard Street, the parking garage, all the retail, the pool, the ice skating rink, so on and so forth. And the concern was you have 4 streets surrounding it, and the concern was how are you interacting with those? And there wasn't a lot of comfort that the current design really truly was interacting with the communities around. One of the comments specifically was on, I believe it was Union Street, where you sort of walk down the street, there's a lot of retail, and then you kind of hit the parking garage. And then you walk for a long way, and you're at a parking garage, and then south of that is the Basketball Hall of Fame and other urban amenities. And the concern was you're walking down that street, it's not very pedestrian friendly. And one of the suggestions was that maybe the ground floor of the parking should be dedicated to retail to continue the pedestrian way and to truly give you a tie-in to what's south of the development and what's east and what's north. So they're certainly looking at it, and we are certainly looking at it. And I think that yesterday's conversation was a little more freewheeling, and that was one of the first conversations that came up. But because we didn't have a moderator and because we had put this together so quickly, we just sort of gathered whatever people were saying. But I think if we can use the process that we've described with the 9-member jury and a moderator, we can be a little more focused on saying, okay, for the next 20 minutes or a half hour, we're going to focus on site selection. And, what are all the issues related to the site selection? The next half hour, we're going to focus purely on the elevations, and do they make sense? Do the material selections make sense? How are they interplaying with each other? Maybe we'll spend a half hour on plan. Does the plan actually make sense? Are the adjacencies that are being suggested, make sense, or would there be a better arrangement? And what are the adjacencies not only in the building, but to the surrounding community? So all those things will be taken into consideration. I can't say they were fully taken into consideration on yesterday's comments, again, just because of the timing.
Thank you.
Was MGM there yesterday?
No.
This started out as a, and remains a invitation to the public and segments of the public to make comments. More information, it seems to me, notwithstanding your thoughtful suggestion, Commissioner Zuniga, is, it seems to me, better, so that both of the approaches might be a good thing. And whatever information we get from a thoughtful group of organized professionals is, it seems to me, helpful in our overall evaluation, particularly of the site design component of the applications. Doesn't mean we're going to agree with everything. Some things are fixed. I mean, given where we are, people aren't going to go to a new site if the group comes up with a suggestion that the site isn't the best site in Massachusetts. But it seems to me it's helpful in looking at things and in conceivably making suggestions or having conditions or otherwise, and that this process is a way that's designed to get it, to get that additional comment from informed professionals, making it clear that these comments are public comments that will have weight as comments from informed observers, but are not binding on the commission. This is not an official commission exercise. Nobody is required to participate or attend, but we welcome the input that we'll get from a group of thoughtful volunteers. It seems to me if we do it that way, and then after we make the licensing decision, revisit how the AIA might be helpful in conjunction with the design team for the licensee or the license award designee, we'd have the best of both worlds.
How do you feel about the possibility of AIA simply saying to the bidders that they would be welcome to make a presentation if they wanted to, and so you'd have that opportunity to incorporate the iterative.
I guess my instinct is, given the realities of where we are and the understandable concerns that the applicants have as the decision-making process draws clear, I would hate to do anything that either side, interject another thing that any applicant could use as a lever, or thinks they could use as a lever, or that they thought they might be penalized for not participating in. I think we ought to just stand clear of that and say the AIA is going to do what every other member of the public has the ability to do, and take a look at the applications and the presentation and the material and information is there, and give us their thoughts, recognizing the limitations of it. But I think the cost of interjecting what may appear to some to be pressure or another step in the process is too high.
I would agree, and I think your group was thoughtful, and I want to thank you for this input. I think it will add value to the process and not create a new process. And I think your group was wise to realize that that would not be a good thing to add more to a process this time. But I do believe you'll add great value to as professionals, and I think that's always helpful. I was wondering, John, if you've ever done this for another large project in the Commonwealth, something similar?
We, as AI Massachusetts, nothing quite like this. What we do have is, for instance, one of our local chapters, the Boston Society of Architects, which is just across the bridge there, which is where we had the casino forum. They do this on a yearly basis because there's a huge amount of awards that go out every year. The most prestigious being what's called the Harleston Parker Award, and they use the same process. It's a jury, people submit in, and that process actually is a process much more like what we're proposing, where people submit their projects in, and then it's reviewed by a jury, and your project stands on your submission. So you have no opportunity to defend what you've done. But that being said, there are other projects that are more local to the eastern Massachusetts area, which is where the BSA's region is, that they do juries on projects like that. Maybe not as large as something like this, but the reality is there are very few projects in Massachusetts that have a minimum $500 million threshold for construction. So quite often, you don't have projects quite this large. But the BSA has done things like this in the past, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, so we're good to go with the process. This is great. I would add in my 2 cents worth for appreciating how you guys have pitched in multiple times now. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Great.
Appreciate it. And I'll certainly touch base with you once we have a firm date set and a location for the review. And again, you're more than welcome to attend. I'll let you know early enough that if you decide members do want to attend, we can go through the process to make sure it's we've dotted the i's and crossed the t's legally.
Great, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let me just, before you leave, by consensus, propose that the date for comments on the Springfield proposal for everybody be extended to May 30th. We don't need a formal vote, but I think we're all agreed
Yes.
that, and I think that we've already posted in anticipation, or will post that on the website, so everybody's got the same opportunity.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Executive Director Day. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, morning.
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 As we start out here this morning, I would like to just take us to a sort of an administrative topic. We have the evaluation and decision process in scheduling for Region B, and it seems like it might be appropriate for us just to take a few minutes and talk about what that schedule is going to be, because it will be a little bit complex. So I thought I'd just review it quickly with the Commissioners and make sure we're still on the same track. We anticipate at this point, June 10th through June 13th, that the Commission would take on the evaluation and determination process for Region B or Springfield, the MGM project. The process would begin on Tuesday. It would then go Tuesday the 10th for the evaluation reports. And the Commissioners would then, in turn, as they did in the slot parlor examination, go through each one of the different segments that they're responsible for in those reports. The process would continue with discussion, finish the reports if necessary on Wednesday, and then depending on where the Commission is at, you would proceed with possibly a decision in principle with conditions, at which time would provide opportunity for the licensees to work with staff and work towards coming before the Commission again later on in the week. With that process, Thursday would be set aside for a Commission meeting. That Commission meeting would be in Boston, as opposed to the evaluation process, which I should have made clear is planned to be in Springfield. Then with the Commission meeting, that agenda will be posted separately, will not be posted with the agenda for the evaluation and award process. commission would plan to return to Springfield on Friday for the final determination. So I was just, thought it might good to at least
No, I
try
think
that. It may take a couple times
Right.
before everybody gets used to that schedule, but I thought at least it might be
Yeah, I think,
important.
I'm glad you did that. I think it's important, and I think, Elaine, we want to make sure that this gets out for press and public. So just to reiterate it, Tuesday and Wednesday, the 9th and 10th, will be public meetings held in Springfield for the purpose of evaluating and deliberating upon the Region B application.
Mr. Chairman, it's Tuesday the 10th and Wednesday the 11th.
What did I say? No,
The 9th
yeah,
and 10th.
sorry, thank you. 10th and 11th, Tuesday and Wednesday, June 10th and 11th. Thursday, we will be back in Boston, have our regular meeting with the sort of understanding that perhaps the staff will be in discussions with the applicant about the conditions and so forth in this tentative award. And then the final decision will be in the morning of Friday the 13th, where we will be back in Springfield.
Well, I hear that, but I would recommend that we, as we post that schedule, that's what we're thinking about. But it's conceivable that we would need more time for discussion. And so the meeting on the 12th, somehow we ought to take account of the fact that we might need that time for discussion of the proposal. As we look at things now, we don't know.
I agree with that. We need to,
And-
right, so
And we need to be flexible to accommodate that time.
So when we post these various events, we just need to make sure that the language gives us the flexibility to extend virtually any of those days. Particularly the point about the Thursday. We could open that up for deliberation if we need to. That's a good point. Okay, does that make sense? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The first item I have up with the director's report this morning is a PEN project schedule, and that's under tab 4A, the information that you've received. I'd like to just address it briefly, and what we're here this morning for is basically pursuant to 205 CMR 135.02.2. And that's one of the regulations the commission adopted, and it states something similar. I might leave a few words out, but the commission shall approve a project schedule for each gaming licensee, that the schedule for the gaming licensee will be include the capital investment in its gaming establishment and related infrastructure, which includes major design and construction stages in those, and then it goes on with including things like design deliverables, everything, landscaping, long lead items, insulation, interior finish, commissioning of the gaming equipment, and technology systems. So what we have this morning is, I think the commission had a very rich discussion about this being the first project that the commission has to consider, and exactly how that process would move forward. We also understood that Penn National Gaming was really already going forward as they had to meet their project timetables, and so it was the discussion sort of determined, I think, that this was a work in progress. As we move forward, really the information the commission would need and the how and when were something that we needed to continue to develop while we worked with Penn for this project approval. With that in mind, this morning we've got representatives from Penn National Gaming, I think Turner Construction as well, and of course our project manager firm with Jennifer Pink and her team. I'll just refer this right to them.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning.
Today, we have, or I have here with me, introduce them, Bill Perry from Perry Associates, who's on the MGC Open Meeting as a scheduling expert. I would call him a scheduling guru.
Pull your mic over a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, thanks. Scheduling guru, John Rowan, and Mike McGrew from Penn National. And I believe next to them is Emil Giordano with Turner. And we've been working with them on their schedule development, and what we have today is a preliminary schedule, and I'm going to turn this directly over to Penn to talk about the schedule. And then Bill Perry and I are available to add comment. You will see in our report, in your packet, that we have reviewed the preliminary schedule, and have some comments. But we are available once or while Penn is talking if you have questions that you want us to answer. Okay?
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jack Vaughn. I'm Vice President of Development for Penn National Gaming, and I've had the opportunity to be with you guys before on diversity matters, and it's good to be here today on schedule. So we have, as is in your packet, prepared a summary project schedule for your review and consideration. We have provided certain details supporting that schedule to Jennifer Pink and her team. And I know they've submitted a report also in your package on our schedule. We've commenced an active working relationship with Pink. We have a blossoming structure in place now for regular reviews of schedule progress, schedule issues, and a process for timely notification from us to Pink of any problems we encounter with the schedule. So what you have today in front of you is the good attempt to always get things on one page. And so we've prepared this in executive fashion and in a milestone format. And essentially what this schedule shows is that we view the completion of site work, the parking garage, the casino building, and the racing building, and the off-site traffic improvements all coming together to support a June 2015 opening to the public. Both Penn and Turner, our construction manager, believe this schedule is achievable, aggressive, but achievable. And our comfort level with the schedule comes from a variety of different perspectives. As we've told you in the past, we inherited a design that was in certain parts complete. So we have the ability for a quick start from a design and a permitting standpoint. We have a parking garage that's already 75% complete. We have Turner's knowledge and expertise in building in this particular market. And we've recently had some very fruitful meetings with MassDOT on where we take the issue of off-site traffic improvements. That's a critical path item here, and recently we've had good meetings with MassDOT, and we think the road is a little more clear on that subject right now. So for those reasons, that gives us a comfort level when we start looking towards a June 2015 opening. So that's the overview, and now we'll take you through some of the details. And please, along the way, if you have questions, stop us at any time. And we'll start with permitting and design, where we are, and with Michael McGrew.
Actually, I have a couple of questions just for the terminology. You talk about the clubhouse, the critical path going through the permitting of the clubhouse. You also talk about the gaming building, and there's also narrative relative to the casino building and the simulcast building. Can you help me just understand whether you're using similar terminology, or they're all separate buildings?
There are three separate structures: the racing building that exists today, and we are going to open up the back end of that racing building because that becomes the connection to the casino. So there's the racing building that exists today. There's a big empty space right now where we'll build the casino structure and tie that into the racing building. And then to its right is a 75% completed parking garage. And that parking garage will tie into the casino building as well.
So what is the clubhouse?
The clubhouse right now is live racing, simulcast racing today.
Okay, so
And
it's the existing structure.
It's an existing structure. And those functions would continue, and then we would also have a restaurant added as part of that to serve both racing and the casino. So we have two buildings today with a hole in the middle, and we'll fill the hole.
Sounds simple.
In that respect, it is.
Also, just before you get started,
Challenge is doing it.
I'm curious how the relationship between you and Pink, therefore between you and us, how does that compare to other sites where you've worked?
Brand new.
You haven't had that kind of
No.
an owner's representative relationship? No. Does it feel manageable? Does it feel onerous? Does it feel constructive? What's your your honest sense?
All of those. And I think we're off to a good start. I think we, first and foremost, recognize they have a job to do. They have an important job to do for you, and we respect that, and we give it a high regard, and that's how we're approaching it. So, but it is new ground for us. We've never had an owner's, we're always the owner's rep.
Right.
So in this case, we have them as owner's rep, and we know there's a variety of subjects we have to work collaboratively on, and I think we're off to a good start.
Okay. I just, this is just me talking personally, and I can't obviously speak for the rest of the commission, but from my standpoint, we want to be very sensitive to not over-regulating, to not over-dithering, to not over-bothering, but we also want to be sensitive to make sure that we hit the critical time and public policy objectives that we're targeting. So I think a candid interaction back and forth, is helpful. I know we've made this point to Jennifer, and I'm sure she, sympathizes with it, but just speaking as a former businessman, I really want us to be sensitive to not over-meddling. And if there are differences of opinion about what's over-meddling, let's be candid and talk about it.
Well, I would say, and I think I tried to make this point when we actually submitted our proposal some number of months ago, we really do want to strike a balance because we're not actually owners' representatives. We're oversight project managers, and there's a really big difference in my mind. When we're an owner's representative, we're charged with getting it done. Right now, that's their job. So we're doing monitoring and compliance, and I do think we want to strike a balance. We need to provide you the information that you've got the assurance, you don't want surprises to come your way, and we want to let them do their job. So we're very, very, I am personally, and so is my staff, very respectful and conscious of threading that needle.
Right. Okay, and just one last thing on this point. We would not have picked Penn National if we didn't have a lot of confidence in the quality and integrity of their work. And there's a high degree of alignment between our objectives and yours, certainly with respect to schedule. Mm-hmm. They're not perfectly aligned, but there's a high degree of alignment, and we wouldn't have picked you guys if we didn't believe that you would act accordingly. So that's part of what should lend to the sense of balance here.
I think in this case, Pink has an important job to do, and I'm, from the Penn side, particularly pleased that independently we reached the same conclusion in 2 words. Schedule's achievable, but it's aggressive. And that, so I think we're off to a very good and collaborative start, and we're committed to make it go that way.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay. So we'll talk a bit about where we are with design and permitting with Michael.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I'm glad to be here and report on our design and permitting. As you're aware, we've come quite a ways with design, as we're well into design and also have a lot of permits in place. Design area is complete as a site work. Obviously, it gives us full access to the site. Also, the casino building and core and shell have been designed and are in for permitting. The remaining design areas to be completed at the end of July, which is basically most of the fit-outs. The fit-outs in the parking garage where the office spaces for the back of house. Also in the gaming building, the MEP interior fit-out is also scheduled for the end of July, along with the racing building MEP and fit-out. That is also scheduled for the end of July. That will basically be our design and put in for permit. Then follows the permits. We basically have permits in place to get us through July, and we are soon expecting in final stages of getting the shell and core permit issued so that we can continue to get the shell and core and get us enclosed by the end of November. And then as far as that will allow us uninterrupted work all the way through the completion of the project. So we feel like we're well along on the permitting and design side, and everything is in place to have continuous work on through the completion. So that's where we're at on the design, and I'd like to turn over to construction to give Turner, let them allow their comments on the construction schedule.
Just a quick comment. There are quite a few responsibilities for us, and we trying to get our arms around all of them, but we do know that there's an upcoming design review that must take place, and are you speaking of that, Jennifer, or the internal one we have going on?
No,
The
well,
external one?
Well, no, it's
Okay.
with the OPM team, so that we can do our due diligence on that.
Right.
It's
And
not a-
that's one of the many things we're collaborating with Pink on in terms of our design and floor layout. And like Michael said, the good thing about, I think, what we inherited in this project is a design that allowed us to get off to a quick start. We've got design in hand and permits in hand to cover work for quite a while, and we expect by the end of August to have all of the permits we need to complete the physical construction. So in that respect, we think we're off to a good start. And now for Emil, we'll talk about construction.
Thank you, Jack. Good morning.
Good morning.
In terms of the current status of the work, the foundations for the new section of the building, as Jack said, that fills in between the existing building and the garage. The footings are about 75% done. Actually, today we're starting our first foundation wall pours, which is right on schedule. And then looking from there, we're going to try and get all the underground plumbing in within the casino footprint before we start the actual metal structure itself, which is scheduled for the end of June. You might not see that on the schedule if you looked at it in detail, but we're going to try and get that work done ahead of time so we don't have to deal with it at a later date. So our milestone for erecting the casino building itself is right at the end of June, and we're going to work straight through that to get it tight, in November to the weather, so that we can, provide some heat and then do all the finishes. In terms of our bidding and awards, we've awarded about 20% of the work, about $20 million worth of work. It's been going well. And just on the side, about $5.5 million of that has gone to M&W BE firms, which is about 28%, which we're very happy with.
5 million is 48% of 20?
28%.
28%, you said. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes, I got that right, didn't I?
I misunderstood.
Yes.
Sorry.
I think my math is right.
Right.
And then in terms of our major project milestones, which is the way I like to look at it, again, we want the building enclosed for the winter, which we're planning on November. We'd like to do better than that, knowing that we're in New England, but we're pretty comfortable with November of 14. We're scheduled to get, as Mike and Jack said, the balance of the gaming building, the casino, mechanical drawings, electrical, plumbing, and the interior fit-out of that building at the end of June. The interior drawings for the casino at the end of July. And we feel, working with those dates, we shouldn't have any problem getting the building ready for slot machine delivery in April of 15, which would give us occupancy for the casino in June of 15, and occupancy of the garage in February of 15. Questions?
When you look at this, are there particular risk factors? Are there, are there things that, if there's going to be problems, can you predict where they are? Are there critical links that are particularly vulnerable?
Within the schedule itself, we don't see that, but if you look out the window here and you see all those cranes, we're working hard to make the job, not that it's not attractive, but we want to educate the subcontractor market on the job and get them interested, so the first thing they don't see is an RFP for a number. And we've been trying to do that not only with the subs that we deal with every day, but with MW BE subs. And we're also, not to go on a different path, but trying very hard to try and find some veteran-owned businesses that we can involve also.
Was that by way of saying that there's so much work out there that it's hard to find subcontractors?
We want to make sure that does not happen.
Wow, that's interesting.
I mean, you're considering 3 projects, almost $1 billion.
Right.
That we want to make sure we're ahead of that curve.
Yeah, interesting.
Could you expand, the point you just made, I find fascinating. Well, You're trying to educate the subs so they don't just look at a number. Can you,
Yeah.
Can you
So, and we don't only do
You're gonna
this.
comp them something, some of the slots?
No, no.
Oh, no. No, and we really do this with any of the clients that we work for. When we go through, I mean, we have a database of thousands of subcontractors. We don't just hit the button and say, all these plumbing subcontractors are going to bid you a job. We know, what their capacity is. We know the jobs that they're working on. We keep very close track of that. Because it's a pretty parochial market in Boston, and there aren't a lot of subs that have the financial and manpower capacity to do a lot of these jobs. So we not only monitor what we do, we monitor what our competition does. So we want to make sure that subs know that, the Plain Ridge Casino is coming, they're going to be bidding it, and we want them to give us competitive numbers.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Is it fair to say, just to continue answering the chairman's questions relative to the risk factors, that it's really the critical path as it's outlined here. It's really only summarized, and I look forward to more detail on that. And it is especially activities and constraints in that critical path that Penn cannot control. Those are, I would argue, the biggest risk factors. Some of them have to do with permitting, for example, and they recognize and they have made progress in that regard, but it's not all done, obviously, because this is a design-build project. So that'll be ongoing, and I would put us in that category as well. Requirements, yeah. Yes. No. This is important. It's a big risk factor. Requirements that we don't have yet, relative to slot standards or delivery or etc. Are likely to have an impact in the critical path or in the overall project. And by the way, that's a big a big role of our own OPM to tell us where we are lagging or having an effect that might be detrimental to other of our priorities. And I think that's
And that's
important to
why
note.
today this really is a preliminary schedule, because it doesn't yet, in the many pages that make up the detail of this high-level schedule, it doesn't yet have all of the detail that we want to see, which shows the linkage between the things that you have to approve and the time for you to approve it, so that we can be forecasting your role, because we don't want you to be the one that are unavailable or not left enough time to do the things you need to do so they open. And thank you for pointing it out. And that is one of the reasons why this is preliminary. It doesn't yet include those things.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. I was also going to ask, the design review comment that you made, was that the July date that you mentioned about the structure? Did you mention
I think
July?
July was when our interior designs are to be completed.
Yep. Okay.
I think you were referring to something else, more of a design review process.
Yep.
We need to sit down with the design professionals on our team with a pen and look at where they are and forecast what the design professionals, need to look at and when they're going to be available, so that we can do the due diligence on compliance with the conditions. And I know that's one of the topics we've talked about earlier, what are we looking for compliance with, but we'll know it when we see it. But we want to sit down and make sure that everybody's focused on the same things, especially because their approach is this design build fast track. So construction is going on while design is going on. So we want to catch these at the right time for that review to happen. That's what that first meeting is, really, to look at where you're at and put a working schedule together for those reviews.
I guess probably one of the good parts that came out of this particular schedule is what we have up here, and I know it's hard to read. We tried to get our best to get it on one page. But we pointed out a couple of regulatory approvals that are always pretty standard to us. Is there going to be a state slot monitoring system? If so, then we need to get the design and the details so we can be ahead of that process. Gaming equipment, slot machines, surveillance systems. We targeted a couple of those, and the interaction we've had with Jennifer and her team has identified that as an area where we need to do more. I think we need to be far more robust here and come up with a more complete list of what it is we need from you so that you guys aren't part of the critical path. And we think we can do that.
Yeah, that's a really important point. I really appreciate Commissioner Zuniga bringing this up. We have our own critical path chart of, like this, of our development of thousands of pages of regs. And there needs to make sure that, and Executive Director Day is leading that whole project. We need to absolutely sure to make sure those interlock. It's really a good point. Is there, do you have a soft opening kind of phenomenon, or how do you handle that? You see, opening day looks like it's June 26th.
Well, we didn't, at this point, mean to be date-specific.
Okay.
It's kind of hard in Primavera. You ultimately end up in the middle or to the left or the right of the cell. But we don't mean to be date-specific at this point, where our goal right now is June.
Yeah.
And we think that's achievable, whether it's early, middle, late, not quite sure yet. And as to that process, customarily, we have a play date type of opening, if you want to call that a soft opening, and then once all the regulatory hurdles are cleared, we open full and complete.
Right.
I would suspect that'll be the case here.
Great.
I did want to mention one of the things that you asked about was, unforeseen or things that come up that are challenging to get the schedule done. The schedule we use is a very live tool. As detail comes available to us, we plug it in the schedule, and if it flags something that's a risk, or whether it's a procurement item, something that's going to come in time, it does flag that, showing it up in the schedule, then we can take action sooner to make sure that doesn't become a problem or become part of the critical path, and try to control that. Sometimes the critical path changes as well, and then you got to be flexible enough to adapt to that and then get it back in line. So this is a live tool. We look at it every week. We put in accurate information as it comes available, and then that loads up into the system and then helps us, manage the critical path. So it's a live tool. We use it all the way to the end. So it's a very useful tool as well.
Emil does speak to another challenge in this project that we haven't seen elsewhere. There is a very active construction market going on here, and not just in Boston, but in the region, far more so than we're used to seeing.
Really?
Yeah. And so while we're cognizant of that and certainly glad to have Turner's help and expertise in this market, we'll keep an eye on that as a critical path item. But so far, we are, from the owner's side, we've issued $20 million worth of subcontracts. We're pleased with the variety of bids. We're pleased with the financial results of those bids, the diversity results of those bids. So far, okay. But it is a very active market out there. I mean, there's cranes all over the place, and we're certainly cognizant of that. Any other questions on just the on-site construction? We wanted to talk about off-site a bit.
Go ahead.
Okay. In addition to what we have to do on-site, there are some off-site improvements, mostly traffic, that are in our plans as well. As a follow-up to the MEPA process of a few months ago, and at the direction of MassDOT, we completed a road safety audit of all the local area roadways around our facility. We've had those documents have been compiled, given to MassDOT. We've had some recent meetings with MassDOT, and that particular road safety audit offered up a variety of recommendations, from small to big, as to how we deal with traffic in the area and the impact of all that traffic. So right now, MassDOT has told us that we can expect what's called the MEPA 61 findings, Section 61 findings, in June, sometime during June. That's important to us because that's MassDOT's writing as to what is required for us to do with respect to traffic improvements and what we need to get done by the time we open. So we've had a very productive meeting with them recently. They've, I guess, outlined a very broad direction and committed to get us to 61 findings sometime in June, which is important because then we would take those to design, take those improvements to permitting, look to do some of that work in the fall of this year before winter conditions come, and do the rest of that work in the spring of next year prior to us opening. So that's the off-site traffic, and the ball is now in MassDOT's court to give us formal direction on what needs to be done, do it in the form of MIPA Section 61 findings, and give us a plan as to which of those improvements need to be done before we open.
Have there been discussions, or are those ongoing relative to the alternative of the median cut?
The median break,
The median break, yep.
I guess, has three pieces to it. One is the actual median break itself turning into our property and allowing a left turn out of our property. The median break also has some work to the southbound off-ramp of Interstate 495, and then it has 2 traffic signals. So yeah, those specific components were one of the 33 recommendations in the road safety audit. Now, we are not sure at this point whether all of those will be in the first phase of work that MassDOT wants done or a later phase. That we're not sure. But the concept that MassDOT threw out to us was, in June, we'll give you the Section 61 findings, which tells you what you have to do. Then we, as part of the host and surrounding community agreements, have to do some baseline studies before we open. And once we open, we will do some post-opening traffic monitoring, and at a 6-month interval, compare the baseline and the traffic results, and that will then tell us if there's remaining work to be done. So right now, that's what we're expecting. Whether we don't believe the median break, any of those components will be in the first phase of work. That's our understanding.
Okay. You believe MassDOT is not going to require that those improvements in order to facilitate the median cut?
In the first phase of work that's needed for us to open, our understanding is the median break will not be in there.
Okay.
Right. In the meantime, we are going to, and MassDOT was very open-minded to this, that we would continue on our nickel and at our risk with the design and the permitting of the median break and its related components, so that if they are required post-opening, we're in a position to act quickly. And we intend to do that.
Okay, anybody else?
No, it sounds very good.
Yep, great.
Very good.
Okay. Besides construction, we also have to fit out the building and provide a varied number of things, so I'll let Michael comment on that for a second.
Yes, in addition to the design and construction, we also turn the building over to operations, which includes making sure the building's fit out. So we're in charge of making sure slot machines are procured, IT systems, furniture, fixtures, AV program, other operating equipment that's needed to run the casino. We work with operations as they get online and to make sure that we have the building fit out for them and get it up and running for them, so that when we turn the keys over to them, the engine's running. So we have a lot of that to get done, and that goes on through the whole project. Most of it's going to be finishing up as we get towards the end of the project. The design and specifications will go through December, and then the actual fit out will happen come spring and all the way up to opening. And that pretty much concludes the owner-furnished items.
There's a couple other sections to the schedule up here that we gave you. One is the host and surrounding community agreements. We have one host community and several surrounding community agreements. They each require us to do varied things prior to opening and after we open. We tried to articulate on the schedule several of the general requirements to perform baseline traffic and other studies, attend local meetings and provide progress on our project, emphasize local hiring, and prepare a responsible gaming program. So there are quite a few host and surrounding community requirements. We've put a few on this schedule, and another part of our dialogue with Pink is that this is an area we probably should provide some more detail on as well. And the final part of this...
Oh, who
Sorry.
was that? Did you mean the commission?
No, we would work with Pink
Okay.
to provide more detail on the various requirements of the host and surrounding community agreements. We've given you a general list of them on here, but there are more. And the final part of the schedule related to regulatory approvals, and I think we touched on that before. We tried to identify a few that are critical from you, but there are others, and in the coming month, we'll work with Pink and provide more detail in that area. But that is pretty much the schedule. I know we've taken a few of your questions. Happy to entertain any others.
Do you see anything on those regulatory, where those marks are, that anything there that's problematic with respect to our reg development?
There looks to be, from a couple of the dates, a little bit difference of understanding, but I think more or less it's just a matter of clarification when they anticipate to do some of the things. And we should get that as the process moves forward.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our regs have us approving schedule at some point, remind me?
That's correct, and what we were discussing, if the commission felt it appropriate, is possibly a preliminary approval at this point, and then have the parties come back possibly around June 22nd for final approval.
Okay.
If that works for you.
That works.
Do we need a vote for that?
Yes,
Or do
sir.
we just, we need a vote for that, for preliminary approval?
I would say so. But I will defer to the commission.
No.
So what was that? I'm sorry, what is, something we need to do now?
Yeah. The director's saying we should have a preliminary, take a vote to preliminarily approve the project's schedule submitted to us by Plain Ridge Park Casino, and have them return on the 22nd of June for a final approval or a further approval of the project's schedule.
Correct. I would just change that to the 26th of June.
26th.
Is that a so moved?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. I do have one question for consultant Pink. What is limited float?
Limited float. In the schedule, float is free time, is sort of one way to look at it, that
Cushion.
it's cushion.
Okay.
If there's no float in a schedule, it means if one activity on the critical path slips a day, the end slips a day. So limited float means there's not much, that's why we think it's an
That's
aggressive
the
schedule.
aggressive part, yeah, got it. All right. Great, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
That's the.
All right, we're back to business for the 22nd meeting at about 11:55. We are back to Executive Director Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you, I'll refer the commission to tab 4B, and next topic is our initial fiscal year 2015 budget recommendations. Might add, as we move forward in this topic, at least from my perspective, excited to talk about the budget, and this is a significant development in our organizational growth, and so we look forward to going through the budget and moving forward with that process as the commission continues in its work. What we have today is is intended to provide an opportunity for review and discussion on the way to gaining hopeful approval for that budget by the commission before, of course, the end of this fiscal year. I would like to take just a minute, because the budget does represent several firsts for the commission. It's the first budget that was prepared under the process described in 205 CMR 121 that the commission enacted. It is the first budget to be assessed on gaming licensees. It's also the first time we compared the budget to our peer agencies. And it's the first budget designed at a division level, which will improve our accountability and control over expenditures and planned resources as we move forward. Might note a couple other items with the budget, is it will be available on our website, and I think as we've talked about before, expenses are already available and updated, I believe, monthly. Is that correct? So that the expenditures can be viewed over the website. In addition, according to the regulations, I think it's probably important to point out, in case there are folks that might be interested, is the Public Health Trust Fund fee is scheduled to begin in fiscal year 2016, so it's not part of this budget, in case somebody goes looking in that budget and is wondering where that specific item is. In addition, once we have our licensees, we do plan to develop a process to involve them in the formulation of each annual budget. And we've had some initial discussions, and I think there is a general agreement that licensees would like to participate, and we'll see as the commission continues to make its decisions in its award of licenses. One thing I didn't mention, a particular first that is important, which is this is our first budget prepared by our CFAO, Derek Lennon, and his staff. One of those, Agnes, is right next to me. So I wanted to point that out as well. This is, I think Derek has started with interviews with each one of our directors and worked with them to develop budgets with other agencies, and has steadily built this project and culminating in discussions in particular with each of the commissioners. So with that, I'd like to turn the budget presentation over to Derek Lynn. Derek.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present MGC's FY15 initial budget. Accompanying me is Agnes Bollier, who was instrumental in helping to develop the spending recommendations. Maria Batari from my staff was not able to make it. She's back doing work today, but she was instrumental in helping to develop the revenue projections that accompany the spending. One item I want to note before I start this presentation: the memo is off a little bit. In my final meetings and discussions and guidance, I found that I put a mistake in that would recommend we assess the full cost of slots on licensees. Our regulations don't allow for that. So in Region A in particular, we likely won't award until September, so I wouldn't be able to assess the full slot fee. It's prorated by day. So that may drive down our revenue estimates by close to $500,000, depending on when it happens. So we may actually assess a little more, or depending on your recommendations, we may cut more costs from this budget, and the assessment could be around the same. So I just wanted to note that going into it, the memo and my last recommendations on the end are incorrect and contradictory to regulation. I also want to apologize because my talking points are going to stick pretty close to the memo. I try not to do that, but given the topic, given that this will be assessed on the industry, I think it's pretty important to stick to not miss many points that are written in the memo for the public perspective. So you have in your packets a budget memo that attempts to articulate some of the major anticipated costs of the commission, whether the commission's FY15 anticipated costs are reasonable as compared to a few other jurisdictions, and what the anticipated assessment will be on the gaming licensees in Massachusetts. The total projected budget for FY15 is $29.3 million. That's comprised of both gaming operations, which we're estimating costs of about $24.5 million, and racing division operations, which we're estimating at about $4.8 million. Later in this presentation, I'll review two other regulatory jurisdictions' costs for commercial casino oversight to compare them to what Massachusetts' cost will be. 205 CMR 121 requires that the commission assess the difference between its anticipated revenues and anticipated expenditures for gaming operations on licensees. Also later in this memo, I'll show that we have $24.5 million in costs. And the net revenues, initially I have in the memo, projected at $4.1 million, and most likely those will drop to 3.6 or 3.7 million based on what I told you at the beginning of this, which would lead to an assessment of about 20.4 and 20.8 or 20.9 million. So once again, I'm sorry that the memo's off my talking points, and I'll adjust the memo, hopefully to repost to the website. The racing division's budget is funded through a portion of wagering, daily licensing fees, and $750,000 assessment on racing licensees. And what you'll see is that in FY15, the cost for the racing division will outpace their annual revenues. Luckily, we have a balance built up in that account to get us through FY15, but we'll have to take a look at whether we want to continue spending at that high level or based on the decisions made in the unstable environment for racing in Massachusetts, whether we just cut back drastically. So
But that's a decision for 2016.
that's a decision for 2016.
Right, okay.
But you'll see it's 800,000 above, spending is 800,000 above revenues coming in. And on a $2 million budget, that'd be a substantial cut that we'd have to experience in FY16.
Right.
And then the last piece is, that I'll deal with is that the commission's budget, as Director Day pointed out, will be allocated out to each division. The divisions will be responsible for tracking and managing to that budget, which I think will be good in many ways. One, it takes some of the pressure off of the finance office of always have to answer, do we have it available? And two, it gives the directors some discretion on how they manage their funds, and as items come up, they can prioritize whether what their initial plan was is what the current needs are for the division. So under the comparison piece, to make sure that Massachusetts is still within reason with other jurisdictions, we realize that our role is twofold. First, to provide a comprehensive regulatory environment for gaming in Massachusetts, but we also need to provide a competitive business environment to our licensees. In an effort to make sure that our business environment is competitive, we compared our budget with Michigan and Pennsylvania's costs. And when we compared them, we looked at just their costs for commercial casino operations. We took out tribal gaming, we took out racing. We just wanted to make sure what we're assessing is somewhat of an apples-to-apples comparison. And that's a difficult comparison to make because legislation from state to state differs. So the main areas that we looked at for comparison were the total budget for the gaming commissions or control boards, the number of FTEs, the total cost of FTEs, which includes fringe benefits, contract costs, and those become a good comparison of what those costs are compared to full-time costs. And then looked at the other costs of providing a regulatory environment like state police, the Attorney General's office, problem gambling, whether there's a full or part-time commission, and whether those costs are built into the commission's budget. If they're not, how are they funded? In addition, we looked at facilities monitored, total amount of revenue generated for state budget purposes, and the CPI change over the last 30 years for each region, and that will help to put in perspective what Massachusetts dollars are for cost of regulating in those other jurisdictions. This information is summarized on the chart on pages 2 and 3 of this memo, and I'll just walk through some of the details of that. Please stop me, I'm reading, so if I'm not looking up, just flag me down. The total budget for Massachusetts for FY15 is anticipated to be $24.5 million. And that's generated from an assessment that's the result between the difference between the anticipated budget and the anticipated revenues. Michigan's FY14 budget, they didn't have their 15 numbers developed, and Pennsylvania didn't either, so I had to go out there 14 numbers. Michigan's is $24.5 million, and it comes from an annual assessment on operators. That is directly in the legislation. That assessment started at $25 million, and it grows with the CPI for Detroit. So currently, that assessment is at $33 million, and it's divided by the number of operators in the region. They have 3 operators in that area, so they get an $11 million assessment each from the Gaming Control Board. The balance of that $33 million, since the Gaming Control Board is only pulling $24.5 million of it, goes to other state budget purposes. So even though their costs are down at $24.5, the operators don't get off at that cost. It still comes in at $33 million, and the state pulls the balance of that. Pennsylvania is funded at $36.9 million, and that's an that's a 1.5, comes from a 1.5% assessment on gross gaming revenues. And they have some fees that are built into that, but that 36.9, as you'll see later on in the memo, is just the cost of the Gaming Control Board. There are other costs that go into the regulatory environment, and the total 1.5% assessment is closer to $70 million. The FTE comparison in Massachusetts, we are projecting to have 73 which is comprised, by the end of FY15, that's comprised of 46 current staff, 23 new FTEs that we'll add at differing times throughout the year, and 4 interns. That's with the fringe load is going to be about $6.5 million. Michigan has 116 FTEs costing approximately $10 million, and Pennsylvania has 315 FTEs that cost approximately $30.1 million. Contracted costs, as the chart indicates, Pennsylvania does not have as many contract costs built into its budget as Massachusetts and Michigan, but a lot of that has to do with the way the regulatory environment is funded in Pennsylvania. In Massachusetts and Michigan, the cost of the Attorney General's office, the state police, and problem gambling, at least in FY15 for Massachusetts, are built into the agency's base budget, while in Pennsylvania, it's funded from, the problem gambling is funded from the 53% tax assessment on slot operations, and then the state police, Attorney General's office, and Department of Revenue are actually, they have a portion built in, are funded out of the 1.5% assessment. So that's how you start building up to the 70 million that it costs in Pennsylvania. Other interesting features that we looked at is Massachusetts funds a full-time commission, similar to Pennsylvania, where Michigan's commissioners are part-time. So we have $2 million built into our base budget for, and when, that's not just salaries for the commissioners, there's also an $800,000 item in there for Regency reviews. So if we do have applicants in Regency, we'll likely, and that's a revenue neutral piece because we pull in the revenue from the applicants to pay for the reviews.
So on an ongoing basis, it's only $1.2 million.
Yeah, it's $1.2 million, and that includes support staff too.
Right.
So it's not just,
These meetings and
yeah.
so forth, yeah.
So taking all of that into consideration, oh, I'm sorry, the other piece that I want to point out is Pennsylvania has a central monitoring system built into the cost that it assesses on operators. We are proposing one. We know the commission hasn't voted on it, and we know that there's some interest on whether we would go down that path. That was just brought up in the previous conversation. But we're proposing to have a central monitoring system. Michigan chose not to. So those are some of the characteristics that you take and make us a little different.
Michigan has 3 facilities,
Michigan has 3 facilities,
and they have,
all in Detroit.
but they have racing too. Did
They also have racing.
you pull that out?
Yes, so these numbers only include the cost of commercial casino operations.
Right.
There's no tribal gaming in there, there's no racing in there.
But the Gaming Commission there oversees racing and tribal, and has some jurisdiction over the tribal operations, right?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct. So taking all that information into account to figure out what the total cost of the regulatory environment is and what's borne by the gaming industry. In Massachusetts, we're proposing $24.5 million for a budget, which we then take out our net revenues and assess. In Michigan, the cost of the regulatory environment is $24.5 million, but they're still assessed at $33 million. And in Pennsylvania, it's about $69.9 million because the cost of the state police is added to it, the cost of the Attorney General's office, the cost of the central monitoring system, and the cost of DOR all come out of that 1.5 gross gaming
Central
revenue
monitoring
assessment.
isn't annual, is it?
What's that?
It's annual?
It's annual.
$7 million a year annually?
7 million.
Yike.
They're monitoring 12 facilities there, and there's a possibility of another 2 coming on, and it's a 24-hour operation where you have 4 to 5. Yeah, and they bring in $1.4 billion of revenue. So when you look at 7 million as
Yeah.
to verify, and this is another piece that we've learned as we've gone through about our travels with central monitoring systems. Slots revenue is anywhere between 85 to 92% of an operation's total revenue. If you look at the cost to verify that and to have public security, knowing that the dollars coming in are right and that they're accurate and there's a second set of eyes, it's a relatively low fee to track all of that money coming in. And you're not just doing an audit as, most audits are random, they're based on some sort of risk assessment, and you never get to see every single machine. With the central monitoring system, you'll see every single machine, every single day, what it pulled in. You'll see what the play was on it, you'll see the payout, and you'll be able to calculate your difference in the tax on it. Some other jurisdictions actually pull from the casino operators what their slot accounting system is showing, so you can see a side-by-side comparison to see where you're having differing opinions, and that's where you'd send your investigations unit out or your financial investigators out to see, did something go wrong with the machine? Is the software wrong? And that's just on the financial side. On the regulatory side, you get to see everything that's happened in that machine. You make sure that every piece of software is updated. You make sure that every single piece of software was approved by our testing labs, that it's working with the right components within a machine so that you don't get a malfunction. So it provides, I hate to say it, a safer environment for not only the patrons, but also for the Commonwealth and what we're getting back from it.
But it's also fair to say that it's the cost of the centralized monitoring system is proportional, not directly, but it's mostly proportional to the amount of machines and gaming revenues that are occurring in any one state.
So there are two different ways to build out a cost, and we've seen it in our travels where we've looked at other monitoring systems. You can either do it as a piece of gross gaming revenue, or you can set a flat fee per month, and you get a steady staffing pattern. When you set it as a portion of gross gaming revenue, if gaming revenue goes down, you still have that many machines to monitor. And you start seeing the assistance from the contractor cut back a little bit. So your central monitoring system may start off with 5 or 6 people in the operations center to begin with on each shift, and you may see it start dropping down to 3 or 4, and then you're not doing as much monitoring of the system as would be, or you may not get the latest software upgrades or the patches to the software of your system. So there's 2 ways, so you can do it that way, proportional to gross gaming revenue, or if you're risk averse, you'd go with a flat monthly fee for this many facilities and this many slot machines.
Just one other question. Does this total revenue generated, that's the tax revenue to the state, right?
That's the tax revenue to the state.
So
and
Michigan only generates 115 million.
The state only pulled in 8.1% of gross gaming revenue. The city of Detroit actually pulled in another 12.9%, almost 13%. And then there's a municipal service fee assessment of another 1.25%. But the state budget purposes only gets 8.1% of that gross gaming revenue.
Okay.
So that's why the chart can be a little misleading, and I wanted to stick to the talking
Yeah,
points.
thank you.
The 300 million that we have is what's posted on our website. I know that HLT's come back with some differing numbers that are actually more favorable than 300 million when we get to full two casinos.
Pool
and
operations.
so I'm trying to stick to what's been posted out.
Great.
So what would Michigan be if you included what the city gets
I think
and the municipal? Is it probably double?
More than double.
it would be more than double, because that would 115, and then you get another 12.9, almost 13%. So yeah, they'd probably be closer to 300.
Yeah, very
275,
comparable to
300, yeah.
our projections.
Yeah. But their tax rate would be lower, because we're at 25% on slots, and 25% on full resort casinos, and 40% on the slots, which is coming back, where they're only at about, they don't differentiate, they're only at about 21, 22%. And then if you look at, just for tax purposes, how Pennsylvania generates it, they take 53% of slots, whether it's a slot parlor or whether it's a full resort casino. The slot operations is taxed at 53%, and table games is taxed at 14%. So now that we've figured out, and I apologize for varying a little bit there, we looked at CPI changes over the last 30 years to determine, and I chose a CPI index versus a cost of living index because a lot of people don't necessarily agree with cost of living indexes and saying, well, a wage here is, you can't really compare those, housing you can't really compare. CPI is used to inflate a lot of contracts, deflate contracts. So it's the cost of a good in one place compared to the cost of a good in another place for a certain group of earners. If you look at those changes, Massachusetts has grown 7% more than the Philadelphia area, and I chose the Philadelphia area in Pennsylvania because that cost index grew faster than the Pittsburgh index, so I wanted to give as favorable comparison as possible. And if you compare it to the Detroit area, which has a separate index, and that's where the 3 casinos are, we grew 24% faster than that area. Michigan's $24.5 million budget in Massachusetts dollars would equate to about $30.4 million. And Pennsylvania's $69.9 million budget would equate to about $74.8 in Massachusetts dollars. So you've got a bunch of statistics here, you've got a bunch of stuff flying around, and at the end of the day, what it basically says is we're not an outlier. The way we're funded, well, yeah, our contract costs are upside down compared to FTEs. We may have some differences in how the legislation was written, the amount of revenue we're bringing in compared to other places. Our costs are not huge outliers that we're projecting for FY15.
Well, let me just comment on that point. It seems to me that is an important point, and in fact, if I understand the bottom line, the impact on the regulated industry in terms of assessments will be
21.
Be 21 for
Yeah.
us, and for the same number of, roughly the same number of licensees in Michigan, it's 33.
Correct.
So we're 2/3 of, now, I mean, there are other differences, but that underscores your point that we're not an outlier.
Yes.
In terms of the regulation. I had a couple of other, I think that's an excellent report, and I'm delighted that we're proceeding down in this precise way, and that we'll be able to publish all of this and then show costs or actual expenditures against the projections. I think that's a great process. I thought I understood central monitoring, though, and I thought that's, and from your description, I'm beginning to think that I don't. I thought that central monitoring really meant that you had a computer bank that was continuously acquiring data from each of the machines being monitored, and that data was there to examine if the revenues reported by the licensee we wanted to check those, or if there was a claimed malfunction in some machine, or if some other need to go to the data bank existed. But otherwise, these machines would simply be sitting there quietly acquiring all of this data and keeping it for whatever set period of time we built into it. But I gather that's not what happens.
So that's one of the functions of it. You always have a repository of information of what happened on each machine in case there is a complaint.
But I gather from your description that we contract this out to somebody else, and they have a group of employees sitting there all the time?
So at the beginning, that's how it would operate, because we wouldn't be staffed to understand the software. We are looking at working into the RFR, the ability for us to take over that operation and monitor. Because one of the things that the central monitoring system does in a lot of other jurisdictions is it makes sure that the right version of software is operating on each machine. So there can't be, it limits the amount of malfunctions. It helps to track the asset movement on the floor. So if you're moving, most regulations, and ours will probably be similar, will track each time a device is moved or a new game is put into a machine. That has to be entered, that would be entered into our central monitoring system, and then it would reach out to the machines, all given a different IP address, and probably our CIO would be the better person to,
No, I
to
understand
explain
that.
that.
I understand in a general sense. I don't mean to get too far down in the weeds,
Yeah.
although I may suggest at some point we have a more in-depth discussion of what this involves. because frankly, I don't understand now, and now's not the time to deal with it. That we can budget for it and then decrease the budget if that's necessary. I don't understand the need for 5 or 6 or people to be sitting there all the time watching these machines, but
Okay.
there probably is a reason, and I would like at some point to find out about that.
I think that too, I'd like to be involved in that conversation too for other reasons. So maybe, Rick, if you could work something out with John and Derek, and whenever the time is right,
Right.
I'd be really interested in that
Right.
too.
There were 2 other observations that I had, and one goes to the point you've already made that we're upside down on contracted services. But it seems, and that's understandable at the moment.
Yeah, for a new organization.
We're trying to build an organization. We need the expertise, but it doesn't seem to me that it's too early to begin thinking about as we are contracting out or going outside our own agency for help in various fields, whether now is the appropriate time to be thinking about bringing that in-house. There's some areas that I can think of right now that it seems to me it's worthwhile asking that question. There's some that are going to engender costs that are offset by fees so that there'll be a wash. And that's a short-time phenomenon as well. But it seems to me we need to begin to think about that with some rigor right now so we can make projections and begin to cut down that number, because I think there are some things we could do more cheaply in-house. And the second observation is that the problem gaming budget is the second largest, the third largest. Full-time equivalence is number 2, contracted services is number 1, but the third largest, about $4 million, is problem gaming, and that really is a robust number. That's 20% of the fee assessment is going to that area, and is, I think, something that demonstrates the seriousness with which we take that particular aspect of our regulatory regime, and I think that's worth noting. It's not the same as in some other budgets, but whether or not it were, it's an important commitment and ought to be noted.
Other comments?
Yeah, let me just mention, I've been appraised of the budget development.
So I have a
Did you
few
want to
other-
react to Commissioner McHugh's?
No, I have a few other sections. I don't know, that was just the initial comparison, so I wanted to walk through the assessment piece.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped the.
No, that's
jumped the
okay.
gun.
I just wanted to make sure that I got through these because there are a few important points I wanted to get to, but
Right.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
if this wasn't an overall
Right.
comment.
Okay.
Well, I actually did have an overall comment. I've been appraised of this effort. I actually started a little bit on my own and had too many other things to take care of, and Derek and others took it much further in the detailed review and comparison to other gaming commissions. I would note that they looked at not just Michigan and Pennsylvania. They chose these two because there's a lot of good data and reasons for the comparison. For example, it would be almost impossible to compare ourselves with Nevada, for example,
Yeah.
just given the size and history, or New Jersey for that matter. But one of the metrics that I find very helpful, and this is just my opinion, is a comparison to the gross gaming revenues, because that's really the level of business that we'll have that's intrinsic to the operation, to the state. Pennsylvania does that to the order of 1.5% of gross gaming revenues.
So that's what their assessment is, but their
Correct.
costs are actually closer to 1.8 or 1.9% of gross gaming revenue. What happens is they've been assessing that 1.5% for years, and unlike us, our legislation where if we have excess money at the end of the year, we have to use it towards offset the next year's assessment. Theirs stays in that gaming control fund. So they're actually spending at a clip of about 1.8, 1.9%
Right.
And only bringing in 1.5. So at some point, they're going to have to increase that assessment.
Right.
Or cut back operations.
Right. But they're also a fully mature, operation.
Yes.
They're fully staffed and, et cetera. So I would argue that that's a number that we should really continue to monitor ourselves and compare ourselves to the level of activity. By necessity, we have to front load these assessments. There is no gaming revenue yet in the state, but that's the way we were set up, and we'll have to, we'll have to continue. But I think that it's a very important number. Just to dovetail with what Commissioner McHugh was alluding to, relative to the mix between contract and in-house, some of the line items here, the large line items that you call out, are likely to increase for this commission. I'm talking FTEs, Attorney General, problem gambling, even 3.9 million is just this coming year, state police, etc., with the exception of the contracted costs.
Yes.
So as some of these items increase, again, by necessity, because of the level of maturity that we're in, the one offset, the big offset, that could really help us to keep tabs on an overall budget is how much we bring in house from contracted costs. It's going to be a periodic decrease. It's not going to be a sudden elimination of a large portion, but that's something that I and the staff continue to look at as we make decisions, especially if the director today makes decisions as to what to get done with the mix of whether we can do it in-house, contract out, with all the other elements that go into decision making.
Okay. Go ahead, Derek.
So I'll try to speed through this. Under the assessment.
This is important. This is important.
Under the assessment piece, the commission is authorized through Section 56 of Chapter 23K to assess the difference between its projected costs and projected revenues to licensees of gaming establishments. That process is implemented further through 205 CMR 121. In order to reach this figure, the MGC conducted meetings with each division and bureau to determine what their need would be for providing a regulatory environment in FY15. The requests were then further analyzed by Enrique, the treasurer, as he alluded to. He was part of these discussions, Executive Director Day and me, for supporting documentation and further reasonableness test. And then the Finance Department also met with the Licensing Division and the IEB to determine what fees we're authorized to collect next year and what we think the volume of those fees will be. And we used applications, past experience from other gaming commissions to generate these revenue estimates. And we'll be tracking those closely throughout the year to make sure that our estimates are on track. The resulting costs and revenues reflected in the table on page 5 and 6, shown by cost category and revenues of what we're projecting for FY15 are at a high level. If you want more granular, we can provide that for you, but we're just trying to say at the high level. And I'll list out some of the cost elements first. There's $6 million projected in consultant costs. And I'll just hit some of the high notes in that $6 million. I'm not going to go through every single contract that we're projecting to have for next year. But we have outside counsel services of about $800,000, oversight project management services for 3 operations at about $1.7 million, development of a high-performance organization at $480,000, $1.2 million for Regency investigations and reviews. Once again, that is revenue neutral. We bring in money to offset those costs. So if we don't have those, it doesn't alter the assessment. It'll just drive our total dollar down and our total revenues down. 1.1 million for financial investigation and background checks for vendors and gaming employees, and 450,000 for responsible gaming branding. Actually, I transcribed those numbers, it's a $540,000 figure. 2.9 million for operational services, and those are basically a $1.8 million MOU with the state police. That covers the cost of our current troopers. The state police have been very gracious to us. They've been absorbing those costs except for overtime up until next year. Then they'll start billing us now that we have a revenue stream coming in. And that also includes 10 troopers starting in the last quarter of next fiscal year to cover the operations out at Plainville. So we're bringing those in the last quarter so that we can actually train them, have them ready for the opening that's projected for June. And state police have been very nice about that. They already have those troopers in their class. They're going to pick up the cost for them until April. So it's been a good working relationship. And then there's another $800,000 set aside as an estimate for the AG's office. Once again, we've worked closely with the AG's office. They put in a request for a $1.8 million budget for next year, but talking through some of the things that have happened, they'll likely get some money in the state budget, about $400,000, that can help drop that down. And while they have some needs for infrastructure and creating their office, those probably won't be annualized out this year. They won't be able to get lease right away for July 1. And one item I want to point out is we don't approve their budget. This is just a placeholder I've put in. The way the law reads, and it's Section 9 of Chapter 194 of the Expanded Gaming Act, says that they basically can bill us up to $3 million in costs. And as long as those costs aren't duplicated and they are supporting I think it's specifically, they're called out in Section 9C of Chapter 194. As long as they're operating on those costs, we have to pay those costs. So the $800,000 is just a plug, but I think it's a reasonable plug based on the money they're getting in the state budget and some of their startup costs they won't be able to fully annualize. The 1.8 was an annualized cost for this year. Another big item of expenditure is the state aid and grants, which is about $3.8 million. A lot of that is the problem gambling. It's the baseline study and the cohort study. We also have a $700,000 figure put in for Region C community grants that are run by our ombudsman's office. That's a revenue neutral item. It doesn't help with the assessment. If we don't have $700,000 in grants, we don't bill $700,000. So whatever that item is, it'll just drop the revenue numbers down and the spending numbers down. And then we have IT costs of $3.9 million, a large piece of which are the phase 2 of the licensing system. We have a plug-in of that for $1 million. We have a $200,000 carry forward from the change order that you approved this year for the phase 1 of the licensing system. And then there's $1.7 million built in case we decide to go with a central monitoring system. If we decide not to do that, the assessment goes down by that amount. On the revenue side of the equation, all of the fees we verified, we actually have regulations for, and they're for employees, vendors, slot machines. The Region A slot machine item, I'll have to drop down, and the Region A slot machine was based on the lower of the 2 requests. It has no indication on which you guys will choose. I just went with the lower of the 2 to go with the worst case scenario. If we have the higher of the slots number come in, then our assessment may go down by a little bit. But I wanted to present worst case scenario here. And as you'll also notice, we are going to repay the $17.5 million that we took of the $25 million initial licensing fee for the Category 2 slots facility. We're looking at probably spending $3.5 million of that this year. 14 million will balance into next year, and then I have a line that would net out that 3.5 million as a $17.5 million transfer to the Community Mitigation Fund once we bring in the Category 1 licensing fees. Yes, we would time that by the end of fiscal year because, as you'll see later on, I'm recommending we don't assess until we have actual licensees awarded for Region A and B. Any questions on the costs and the assessment? And then the final piece is more of an update. In FY15, the commission asked that we develop our budget by division and assign a division, track it, and be able to report that level. We will be able to do that. We will use, and the best place to see how this will impact our spending bottom line is the Gaming Control Fund, appropriation 10500001. You'll see there are 12 separate divisions that add up to the $24.5 million budget. Each division will be given its own budget, and we'll actually load it into the state accounting system so we can track contracts and expenditures against it. The feature that we'll be using in the Massachusetts Management Accounting and Reporting System will be the expense budget feature. So we won't even have to do ad hoc querying. It's a built-in table right into the accounting system. A lot of other state agencies use it, and I've found it to be very helpful to track budgets. And that's just one way we could slice the data. The tables on page 7 and 8 of the memo show total budgets allocated to each division. I'll just highlight some of the areas. The memo goes into deeper detail, but I'll just highlight under administration and finance. There's a $750,000 item for office space, and the potential move we'll be going through. There's the $1.7 million item that I talked about for oversight project management. All those costs will fall under the A&F budget. The legal division will host the outside counsel of $800,000. The MOU for the AG's office will also fall under the legal division. The executive director will be hosting the high-performing agency project. The problem gambling division will have $3 million for the baseline and cohort study, another $540,000 for the responsible gaming branding and staffing of on-site centers. And the IEB will have the $1.1 million cost I spoke earlier for the investigations, Regency, and the gaming employee licenses, and a $1.8 million MOU with the state police. Also loaded in the IEB budget is a $250,000 training item, and that will be to train the financial investigators as well as the gaming agents to move away from consultant costs. So we want our own staff performing financial investigations. We want our own staff performing the background checks, which the state police have taken over a good piece of, and doing the work on the floor so we don't have to rely on consultants. So it's rather short money spent to get off of a $1.1 million fee. And that's where the investigations will actually start adding revenue to us, and they won't be revenue neutral. They'll be adding to our bottom line because we won't have that cost flowing out. And then I don't want to be remiss, I want to talk to the Racing Division Oversight and Trust Fund. Total expenditures in FY15 are anticipated to be about $2 million, with 1.5 of that coming from full-time and seasonal costs and lab testing costs. Once you get past those main items, there's not much built into the Racing Division budget. So to cut back is really, you either cut back on testing or you cut back on staff. So it's a really staff-intensive budget. And then on the revenue side, we deflated revenues from what we're anticipating by this year by about 5%. And the reason we did that was because that's the change we saw in the FY13 revenues compared to what came in FY12. It's about the best number we could see, and Jennifer said that's similar to what she's seeing across the rest of the racing divisions. So we could have a great year and see higher revenues come in, but most likely these numbers are pretty close to what we'll actually see happening. And you'll also notice under the racing division there's a $1.2 million carry forward in the revenue section, so that's why we're starting off so well on our revenue side. But if you look at where we'll end up, we're only going to end up with 400,000 carrying into next year. So that's where we get our eat-in of about 800,000, where our costs are exceeding our revenues. The balance of the racing appropriations are transfers from the daily wagering, and those go to promotional and capital improvement trust funds, which the commission has to approve any projects out of it. You've already approved projects out of both the Plainville and the Suffolk one. And what mainly happens is when money builds up in there, the licensees call up and say, can we get some reimbursement for what we've already spent? So we can only spend what they've already committed for projects. So in conclusion, staff is proposing an FY15 budget of $29.3 million for the Gaming Commission, $24.5 to support commercial casino and slot parlor operations, $4.8 to support the racing division. And what we're looking for is your guidance on either further developing these recommendations. Do you want a flat cut of 10%, 20%, and see what those numbers come back at? Would you like to put it out to public comment, which is another key thing to do? Or do you want to just approve it now, which I think is highly unlikely? And I also have the following recommendations: that we should delay assessing the cost until the Region A and B licensees are determined. We should assess the full year share of the assessment on the licensees once they're determined. And that is allowed under 805 for FY14 and 15. We did build that capacity in. We didn't have to do it within 30 days of the budget being passed, and we can do it even retroactively. And then my final one is that we should assess the 600 slot machine year fee for the full year cost once the licensee is determined if it's before July 1. And for anyone after July 1, it should be prorated on a daily basis. I think that's the easiest way.
Fine. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or reactions?
Remind me, I know I've asked you this question before, but are you considering the indirect cost for the Commonwealth?
I do not have indirect costs built into this. The only
You
place
have
I
not
have
built it?
no, the only place I have indirect costs built in are for agencies like DPH that have requested that be built in. So that would be 10%. I think we have a good argument to make that the indirect cost rate shouldn't apply to us. We don't have a state budgeted item.
Altogether?
Yeah, so as far as the SWI cap goes.
Go, Derek.
I think there's and we've actually made that case the last 2 years.
We have, but it was a
hasn't-
temporary case.
And it is for every agency.
Yes.
But I think we have a good argument to be made. No revenues coming in for the licensees to hit another 10%.
Right.
On all of the personnel and contracted costs is a rather tough thing to ask for, especially when no money's coming in.
Right. Right.
Let us know if we can help.
Okay,
On
I
that.
will.
Oh,
Well, as far
we can help you.
yeah.
You of all people.
Yeah. I certainly don't see any need for an arbitrary exercise to say, what does it look like if you take out 10% or what do you take out 20%? I think that the process that you've gone through, I think you've worked with the department heads, and I think the numbers are pretty well scrubbed. They're pretty rational. The comparison is really good. I think the memo, is really well done, and it was important to all of us that we make sure that we are in the ballpark with similar agencies, and we clearly are. So I don't see any need to go through that kind of an exercise. I do think the comment portion is important, partly just because that's the way we run this operation, but also we have talked about having our licensees have a chance, just sort of out of good faith, to take a look here. And at the moment, we have one licensee, and I do think whenever the time is right in the process, maybe around now, it would be important to give them a chance to take a look at it and give us their feedback. As far as broader public comment, that's sort of the standard operating procedure around here, so that I think we probably want to do that.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. I think that coming up with a number to decrease it by across the board may be too difficult to come up with. The way you've built in the budget is really by looking at what we need and what we feel is appropriate and prudent. But there are a couple of items here. I would be prepared to to approve these now or soon before June 30th, for example, if we feel there needs to be more discussion. But there are a couple of items here, large ticket items that we were just talking about, like the centralized monitoring system, or other items like the high performance project. There's ongoing, big ticket items relative to the research project that, it's implicit, but I'll mention it. You would come back for actual approval of those items to this commission prior to making the commitment. Once we have, let's say, a better number, or even before that, as we are scoping out, the alternatives, say, on many of these large ticket items. So on that note, there's a few that may merit further discussion. They don't have to, as Commissioner McHugh said, would have to be approved prior to even June 30th. We could approve a budget on the general notion of having a total number, but come back to several of the items that we feel are necessary to have further discussions.
Well, you're suggesting a not to exceed, approval on a not to exceed
Right.
basis, and then
Something
drilling
like that.
down to specific items. And I would like to have the comments from the licensee, maybe comments from all the applicants, but certainly from the licensee before we do anything, because I'd like to reflect on those comments. And there are a couple of specific
Areas?
well, I was thinking about how to characterize it, specific budget items that may require increased revenue. But I would like to do some just conversations with the department heads before I talk about that. So I think if we get comments from the public and get comments from the licensee at least, perhaps the applicants, and by the time we're ready to take the next step, I'll be ready either to ask that something be included in the next session we deal with this, or be prepared to take into account the comments and proceed on a not-to-exceed basis.
Commissioners, I had just one note is that I think as we were talking about it, I do agree that the concept of having it out for public comment probably till the next June 12th meeting makes sense. I think it fits what the Commission has done with most everything that's come before it. The other question is there a lot of discussion on central monitoring? We do have, and Penn asked, and we encouraged them to send in, so we received a piece of correspondence from them on central monitoring. So it seems like to me it would make sense to come back at the next meeting, talk in some more detail about that before the Commission reaches a conclusion. And the other area that I had noted was the concept of contract staff versus actual staff positions. So I was anticipating we could kind of go back, take a look at what we've got so far, and then come back and have some additional discussions, probably in between time with the commissioners, but also with the Commission at the next meeting. And then maybe that'll be helpful as far as being able to feel we've gone far enough for approval of the budget. Excuse me, it's hard for me to say approval of the budget. But anyway, that I think that those steps at least, and if there's some other areas that the commissioners may want some additional information in that we discussed, I could just add those to the list as well. We can bring those back.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan for us. I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree.
Sounds good.
I just wanted to commend CFO Lennon. I think this is an excellent job. I had a chance to discuss it with you yesterday, and very impressed with your subject matter knowledge. You're apologizing and you're giving others credit, which is which is terrific to give others, especially your staff. But I just wanted to say that this is a lot of work, and you're very knowledgeable about all of these issues, which helped educate me, frankly. I also, the contract, if we can be prepared to do some of this work in-house sooner rather than later, I think it's a benefit to all of us. So that is one area that I, in looking at this, thought that, we could kind of rethink if in fact we could be prepared sooner to do some of those, to conduct, whether it be investigations or other things. I think that is a benefit to us. But thank you for this. It's excellent document.
Thank you, and I do want to point out that it was an agency, commission-wide task, so I only look good because the other directors have educated me on what they need to do with their units, and they came very prepared to justify each dollar that they were going to spend and why we need it for the regulatory environment. So I think that's a reflection of the information that was provided to me.
Great. Thank
You're
you.
a good student.
Yeah.
So we don't need a vote, we're just going to go ahead informally on this.
Comments.
Right, put it out and then hone in on in a couple of weeks. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
very much.
Director Day, anything else?
That's the end of my report.
Okay, I think we will stop for a lunch break, and I think we ordered sandwiches, right? So can we be back in 40 minutes, do you think?
Yeah.
So we'll convene again at 1:30. I think we are ready to reconvene. Where is everybody? Commissioners, there's one item that I wanted to bring up, which is not on the agenda because it just came up yesterday, but I think it's something that we should deal with quickly. It's relatively minor, straightforward. When we were doing the final edits on the legislative memorandum, Commissioner Zuniga suggested that it was important to put in a sentence into that letter to the legislature that highlighted the negative consequences to the commission and the positive consequences to our competitor states if the $600 threshold issue for withholding was not changed. When we put that sentence in, we focused on the impact in relationship with Connecticut, not on all the states, which all the states, Rhode Island, Maine, Connecticut, and New York, were all mentioned in our original analysis as being states that would probably benefit if we didn't correct this. And so we inadvertently just focused on Connecticut, which was prejudicial to, or appeared to be prejudicial to the folks in Connecticut. So my suggestion is simply that we strike that sentence, put back in the reference to all 4 states that are in the attachment. We did attach our original memorandum on the $600 to the letter to the legislature. So we just make the reference, Commissioner Zuniga's letter sentence would refer to all 4 states rather than just the one. I don't think this necessarily involves a vote, but I just wanted to highlight that since it was brought to our attention yesterday.
I would agree with that. And we did have a lot of discussions prior to the last meeting, the one that preceded the letter. There were several other meetings in the past, in my recollection, all over a year, where, at least from my perspective, that was a big part. The competitive nature of all the states around us is a big impetus towards that $600 threshold.
Right, which was the point we were trying to make in the sentence.
Yeah, and that discussion actually started in the context of racing last summer, when this was first implemented in the racing world and generated some energy on the part of horse racing aficionados and customers. Let me just say one other thing about this that I think ought to be clear, and that is that, in my view at least, a commission vote on a set of recommendations is a vote on the recommendations. It's not necessarily a vote on every single word in the document that accompanies the regulations. It is a vote that that the recommendations, no substantive modifications of the regulation, of the proposals we voted on can be changed, but it's not a vote on every word and every comma and every punctuation mark in the document that we approve. And inevitably, in the editing process, either something has to be changed, or some thought that is non-substantive comes up and is addressed. So I don't think that's anything out of the ordinary. And I frankly only glanced at the final version when it went out, but I saw this and thought that sort of anti-competitive problem was what we were getting at, and that's how I read it. So I just think for general principles that ought to be clear.
I mean, it is, we have subjected ourselves to such an extraordinary level of transparency that our every word is parsed and double-checked, and it's an incredibly difficult standard to try to adhere to, and we do have to retain some flexibility. Having said that, there was a misimpression created, which was inadvertent, and so we will make that amendment and resend the letter. Okay. All right. We are then to item number 5, Horse Racing Director Jennifer Dernberger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Live racing is going on in the Commonwealth at both our thoroughbred licensee and our harness licensee. I'm happy to report that out at Plain Ridge, construction on the new facility and training and racing seem to be getting along in harmony. So this is good news. It's always a concern with projects of that scale going on in proximity to horses. So that's good news. I'd like to report that yesterday, the Communications Division unveiled a number of website enhancements designed to educate about our regulatory programs and provide transparency surrounding specifically our equine drug testing programs. They did a fantastic job on that. They made my job very easy. I just basically told them what I was looking for, and they came up with the product. So it looks great, and so far we've had nothing but positive feedback on that. So we look forward to growing the information that's available there, but we're starting out with a pretty good library already of information that's available. Next week, I'm going to be updating the Jockey Club's Thoroughbred Safety Committee on the regulatory initiatives that this commission has advanced since you assumed oversight of the industry here. The industry has taken note, commissioners, of your commitment, and this invitation is just one indication of that. And then we've had a request for clarification on the process involving the Racehorse Development Fund and the committee that's charged with making recommendations about the split. And I think that's the piece where we need the clarification. So I'll just step back really quickly and say that Chapter 23K, Section 60, established a horse racing committee that was charged with determining I guess the word recommendation appears in that section about 3 different times, but the committee determines the percentage split of the Racehorse Development Fund. How much should go to the thoroughbred licensee, how much should go to the standardbred licensee, whoever they may be. And I think there's been some confusion as to whether or not that's advisory or what the actual process is. So my understanding, and Commissioner Cameron is the representative, so correct me if I'm going the wrong way, but I think that the committee comes up with its recommendation. It files that with the legislature 30 days in advance of bringing it before the commission. And then it's brought to the commission, and then any changes to that percentage split come up in the future have to go back through that committee. Is that?
Yeah, you're accurate.
Okay.
It is not advisory. And we're very close to, we meet monthly, and we are very close, we hope by the end of June, to have that decision.
To remind me who all are on that committee?
There's a representative from each of the industries. That's Frank Frizzoli, representing Thoroughbred. And we have Peter Goldberg representing the harness. And we have, let's see, there's a representative from the Treasurer's Office. I represent the Gaming Commission. We started out with one representative that was appointed by the governor to chair. That individual, after several months, ended up ended up resigning from the committee, and we were fortunate enough to, after several months, to have a new chair, and that's Dr. Debbie Kochivar, who is the dean out at the Tufts Veterinary School. And so it is, and because after the license, actually, at Penn, I think our work became real to people, or there was a renewed interest in the work, so we now have several. It's certainly an open public meeting every time we meet, and we do have a number of folks that attend our meetings now. In fact, we have another meeting tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, and we'll be continuing our work. One of the things we did was a survey of trying to verify how many farms there really are in the Commonwealth, how many active working farms, and how many horses on each side there are. It was a very difficult job. We used vet students to complete that work, but there was still some, the results were not as comprehensive as we would have liked because of the fact that lots of folks just did not respond to phone calls and visits to help us with that survey. But having said that, we think we have somewhat accurate numbers, and we hired a doctor who's an economist, I believe is her, and she's very connected to the racing industry.
This is Martha Ray or something like that?
Dr. Ray, yes, and she is. She has been, we've sent her all of the data, and she has given us some recommendations, of which we will be discussing tomorrow. And we are close to coming up with and we wanted to do it based on the numbers, based on real information, real data. So we are close to coming forth with a decision on how those monies should be split. Lots of public comments every month about the issues. We encourage that, and certainly Dr. Durenberger has been of great assistance to us as well with these matters.
So it's a 5-person committee, of which you are one voting member?
Correct.
Well, I completely misunderstood that, that's for sure.
I didn't realize you didn't understand.
Yeah, it
Okay.
wasn't nobody's fault. I just was thinking this was yet another advisory committee that we were working with. Okay. Thank you, that's very helpful.
Okay, that should do for the administrative update, unless there were any questions about anything administrative. We can move on to item 5B, which is horse welfare values. The last time we came before you, which, gosh, feels like a year ago, I outlined some of the new initiatives at the operational level that are going on at the tracks this year, and then I presented to you a number of asks related in particular to welfare. We had 3 items that came out of that discussion that were put out for public comment. So in your packet, there's a memo that I've basically put together which has some review. It talks about the 3 items that we requested public comment on. One is whether the commission should consider endorsement of a set of welfare guidelines. One is whether, as part of the regular rulemaking process that's going to begin this summer, with licensing and licensee duties, we should include an affirmative duty on licensees to report conduct detrimental to welfare. And then there was an informational item on a national racing compact and whether or not the commission should consider supporting that and learning more about it, at least in the initial stages. So in your packet is a summary. We did receive 3 public comments. The public comments came in from the International Federation of Horse Racing Authorities. That would be the global body, regulatory trade association, if you will, the global counterpart to what we refer to as RCI, Racing Commissioners International. The National Thoroughbred Racing Association Safety and Integrity Alliance, and Suffolk Downs. So those comments are there for you. All 3 respondents did comment on all 3 of the items that were out for public comment. And I think what we'll do is we'll start with the item that requires your attention, which is whether the commission should consider endorsement of a set of welfare guidelines. So we gave you 4 different approaches that regulatory bodies in other parts of the world have used toward welfare issues. My recommendation is that we look at the International Group of Specialist Racing Veterinarians. This is an international group. They've produced a welfare guidelines for horse racing document that appears actually twice in your packet now. This is the set of guidelines that appears to be in majority practice in most of the rest of the world. We think that after reviewing the different guidelines that are in here, we think that it addresses the areas that are appropriate and within this commission's purview. And so my recommendation would be that if it so pleased you, to consider passing the resolution that is included in your packet and endorsing that set of guidelines. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the resolution or the guidelines, themselves.
Well, this is a thoughtful memorandum, but I did have a couple of questions. One, on the third page of your memorandum, in the our current recommendation section, the parenthetical notes that breeding and aftercare are not a prominent feature of those proposed guidelines. They do mention aftercare. They do mention making sure the animals have a nice place to live after they're finished. But the more, my question is, why do we have to just take a set of guidelines? Or why are you recommending that we take a set of guidelines rather than building on a set to include the things in which you think we have some deficiencies?
I have two answers to that.
Okay,
And
welcome hearing them.
Okay. The first one would be this would be a jumping off point, starting here and then building from this, I think is certainly something that I had envisioned. We're going to be trying to put together basically a mission statement, a strategic plan to hopefully publish in accordance or in conjunction with the Racehorse Development Fund recommendations. And so part of that strategic vision would be the other things that we can do, that we can move beyond just the racetrack. And so before and after. So breeding and aftercare, I think, would be part of the strategic vision that we would be bringing forth to you later this year. So this would be the building block, and then we would perhaps bookmark or bookend it with the before and afters. And the second part is I am also mindful of the fact that there is another statute that the Department of Agriculture is charged with enforcing, and that's Chapter 128. That is the statute that covers breeding in Massachusetts. So there's some disconnect there. That's not the way that it is in every state. In some states, the Racing Commission is charged with both. So I was a little bit mindful of this commission's scope and purpose.
Fair enough. Thanks. Why then the second question, an international rather than a national standard?
We didn't have a national standard to point to.
Pardon me?
We didn't have a national.
It was comprehensive enough?
Correct.
And finally, maybe, why a resolution rather than a regulation?
Guidelines are a little fuzzy. We have regulations that squarely address some welfare-related issues. When you get into those kinds of regulations, you really need to have science to back it up. You need to have some kind of metrics to determine whether or not there's a violation. So to the extent that we can do that, we are incorporating regulations in our set that's coming before you this summer. It gets a little bit difficult to decide how you enforce some of these guidelines. And we do have occupational licensees that are charged with care, custody, and control, which are welfare-related issues. And so we do feel like the burden is on them in terms of determining whether or not there are violations. That's without science to determine, without some kind of metric to determine, yes, there's a violation, no, there's not. It gets a little sticky. And I think that the folks in law enforcement find this as well when they go out and investigate suspected cases of either animal cruelty or animal neglect. I think that without some clear-cut guidelines, it makes enforcement difficult. And we're mindful of having regulations that can't be properly enforced are as problematic as not having regulations at all.
I understand that. Probably worse. But what about, and I understand your concern about the enforceability of a lot of these things. But what about a regulation that required every licensee or every category of person to read and acknowledge familiarity with these guidelines?
So that's a great idea.
And therefore not only demonstrate that we're behind this as a mission statement, but drive it down to the operational level so that everybody has to, within a defined class, has to acknowledge that they've read it and is familiar with its content.
So that's a great idea, and I will take that. I will take that by the teeth, if you will, by the horns. We do, as part of the licensing package that's coming up, there is a recommendation, a model rule right now that requires 4 hours of continuing ed for trainers, and this would certainly fall within that type of
Right.
educational statement. But that's only trainers, and that doesn't cover all
Right.
licensees.
Right.
So that might be something to consider broadening that scope.
Right. I would really like to, I mean, I think this is a great initiative, but I'd really like to put in place something that more than a feel-good. I don't mean to diminish the strength of a resolution, but something that really said we're serious about this, and we have a mechanism for making sure that you're serious about it too.
Thank you, Commissioner. I like that idea.
All right.
Explain to me, there are guidelines which couldn't be regulations because we couldn't really know how to enforce them. Do we want guidelines that aren't enforceable, that aren't backed up by science, for which there's no metric? I don't quite understand that.
So we either have in place now, or we will be proposing this summer, regulations for those pieces of these guidelines that we can assess, that we have some way to assess. The guidelines are, they guide us. They're not a directive. They're one step short of a directive. So it's more of a philosophical approach. It's more of a, it's a commitment. I think I heard Commissioner McHugh use that word. So to the extent that there are things in here that can be enforced, we intend to enforce them. But we think that using the guidelines as an overarching principle, I think is important.
Here's an example, if I could just pick one
Yeah,
example. This is why I agreed with Commissioner Dornberger. It's on page 2, the rest periods. Long journeys should be planned carefully, and horses allowed regular rest periods and access to water.
Right.
There's a host of value judgments and discretionary things in there. It's almost impossible to find a violation of that with any certainty.
As it stands,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Husbandry is the word we use in animal science, so it's
Sorry?
guidelines for husbandry. That's the word in animal science.
Right.
It's good husbandry.
But I think, endorsing the guidelines does send a message that this is something we're serious about, and we're moving in this direction, and regulations will follow. I see all the public comments were all in favor of supporting this. The 3 public comments were all in favor of endorsing the welfare guidelines. So I think it's a great idea.
Why would others have not done this? You mentioned that we may be the first racing jurisdiction in the U.S. to formally endorse a set of welfare guidelines, which is very cool. But why? Why?
I think the consciousness in North America, I think this has been less of an issue in sort of the industry consciousness than it has been in other parts of the world for a host of reasons, a host of political reasons, a host of antecedent event reasons. And I think that it's just reaching the public consciousness now. And I think there's also some reluctance, when I speak with other regulators, there's some reluctance because these aren't necessarily enforceable. Is it appropriate for a commission to get involved in telling people what to do with their horses? Is kind of the colloquial response is what I hear. So that would be my best guess at that answer. There may be other reasons out there, but I don't know of any.
It's been in the forefront, right, of late. There have been instances where, and stories written about animals that were not, their welfare possibly wasn't at the top of the list. I don't know if it's any different than concussions in football, or
Right.
just...
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just surprised that nobody else, seems unusual.
Well, and I think we do have, on page 3 of these guidelines, kind of the flip side of what kinds of things are enforceable. Almost everything on page 3, we actually have existing regulations that, by the way, parallel the recommendations in the guidelines. So we have regulations that discuss the veterinary inspections. We have regulations describing when horses can start. Surgical procedures, there's a number of enumerated procedures that they either can't have or have to be reported. We have regulations about bleeders. We have regulations. We use 120 days here on pregnant mares. So page 3 is an example where perhaps the thought was, well, we already addressed these things, so why would we need to talk about guidelines?
Yeah. Okay. Did you include a motion? Is there a drafted motion?
There is. There's a resolution that comes at the end of the memo, which I see doesn't have page numbers on it. So probably 8 or 9 pages in to item 5B1, little I.
Okay, got it. Yeah, the whereas, right. Commissioner Cameron, do you want to propose it?
I make a motion that we endorse the welfare guidelines established, and I'm not going to get this acronym right? The IGSRV, which is the veterinarians' guidelines, correct? And we endorse that.
Second?
Second.
Could I offer a friendly amendment?
Of course.
And that we tag on to the end of your motion, and that we ask the racing division to return at a time that, in the near future, with a proposed regulation designed to ensure that appropriate racetrack personnel are familiar with the content of these guidelines.
Sounds good. You all right with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion as amended? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item is the other 2 items that were put out for public comment, which was whether or not we would include an affirmative duty on licensees to report conduct detrimental to welfare. We have a regular rulemaking process we're going to be initiating in June or July, and whether or not we would include that affirmative duty. And what I've done in the memo is pointed out that under the existing model rule structure, actually let me back up, under the existing Massachusetts rule structure, there is a duty on licensees to ensure the welfare of their care, and there is a duty on licensees, all licensees, to report suspected violations of that to racing officials. That racing officials have to report that to the stewards. So the duty right now is on not all occupational licensees, but on those that are charged as racing officials. The existing model rule structure extends that to all licensees. So all licensees under the model rule structure are bound to report suspected violations of rules, or if they know that a rule violation may occur. So the duty already exists under the model rule structure that we'll be proposing to you. The question that I have is, those 2 regulations, when read together, we see that as conferring this duty, but they're spaced apart in the regulations. There's a number of things that come in between those 2 provisions. So the question I have is it appropriate right after we put the duty on people to look after the welfare of their horses to have a friendly reminder right next to it, right following that regulation, which puts a duty squarely on the licensees to report suspected violations of conduct detrimental to welfare. So that is my recommendation, and I think I have some proposed language there for you. It's probably about page 6.
Could I ask, first of all, who are the licensees? Are the hot walkers licensees?
They are. Yeah. So if you have access to the restricted area, which is the stable area, you are an occupational licensee. There are some front side employees as well, but this occupational licensees, this is folks on the backside.
So it's all 1,400 of the licensed people?
Actually, we have 3,200 between the 2 facilities, yeah.
3,200.
Yeah.
And okay, I hear you. Then the second question is, what's the standard? You talked about suspected maltreatment of animals, but the ARCI rule talks about knowledge. of a violation of the rules, not just suspicion of mistreatment, right? Knowledge is a much tighter standard, right? And I think your proposal is that a licensee shall report to the stewards any knowledge that a violation of Rule A has occurred. So we're talking now about knowledge, right? Not suspicion.
On the racetrack, and you'll appreciate this, Judge, on the racetrack, we try to use the word suspicion in general because there is a board of stewards or judges that alleged rule violations are reported to. And so technically the violation isn't a violation until there's been a finding of fact. So this is a little bit of semantics, so I look to your judgment on this. So
With all due respect, I don't think it's semantics. I think it's a standard. Because the duty is either the duty to report suspected violations, or the duty is the duty to report knowledge of violations. And those are very different obligations on the part of the licensee. And as I read this, you're talking about a requirement to report knowledge, not a requirement to report suspicion.
and that language, Yep.
Yes. If you have knowledge, you're required to report. Not if you suspect, but don't have knowledge. Knowledge is actual knowledge. You know it. You've witnessed it. And I don't want to go into all the permutations of knowledge, but knowledge is much different than suspicion. So I take it that's what we're.
Well, which is more appropriate? In your eyes, which would be more appropriate?
Well, it seems to me that knowledge would be, because it's a tighter net. It's an easier standard to enforce. It's not an easy standard to enforce, but it's a lot easier than suspicion. And suspicion is, if we're going to deal with suspicion, then do we deal with a subjective standard or an objective standard? You should have known. You should have. So I would greatly favor knowledge, which is what you're proposing here.
Well, she's got it two ways. In the paragraph up above, she says, we'll have a regulation specifically highlighting affirmative duty on all races to report suspected instances of conduct untrue.
I know that, and that's why I'm homing in on that.
Yeah, I don't think she was consciously making a decision between knowledge and suspicion.
No, and I think actually when I used the word semantics, I certainly didn't mean to say that the difference between knowledge and suspicion was semantics, but that the language that we tend to use, so right now under the existing system, if somebody has, whether they have suspicion or knowledge, they would go to the Board of Stewards or judges and say, this is what I witnessed, this is what, whatever they would say. The regulatory veterinarian is dispatched to look into that, and they make a determination that yes, there's an issue, no, there's not an issue. So I think I probably used the word suspected in my memo, just because that's the semantic of the racetrack, is we always try to say, you don't determine whether or not there's a violation, that's for the stewards or judges. The rules, both the model rule and the one that I propose, do use the word knowledge, and so I appreciate the discussion of the difference, because there certainly is a difference.
Yeah, the ARCI rule uses knowledge.
It does, yep.
Right.
Yep, and we mirrored that. We just wanted to draw it out and put it in proximity to the duty to provide welfare.
So I would recommend that if we go this route, we adopt the language as it is in Part B of our current recommendation section. But that brings me to the last three words, though, because as written, this is a licensee shall report to the stewards any knowledge that he/she has that a violation of Rule A has occurred or may occur. What's the or may occur?
Can I use a graphic example?
Yeah.
Because these are the things that we deal with. I was at one of our facilities the other day, and there was a horse who was not behaving well and representing a danger to other licensees. And when the horse went back to the barn, it was overheard that they were going to have the horse euthanized. So that would be, someone reported that, and they had knowledge of that was about to occur.
Okay. Again, I'm worried about the breadth of the word may.
Yeah.
That and again, I don't think it's semantics, because we're going to hold people to a standard. They get their license revoked, they could be ejected from the track for violating these rules.
But on the other hand, you have an interest in capping, the reason for doing this is to trying to cast a wide net. I mean, there is another side to the argument that encouraging people to come forward with suspicions is constructive. You know, I think there's two sides to that.
It's constructive, but it's not a duty necessarily, right?
Well, no, I think it is. I think encouraging people to come forward and penalizing them for not coming forward is a worthwhile goal. The main point, I am concerned, though, about due process, basically. And knowledge that something may occur strikes me as at the far end of any concept of due process. I mean, how is that to be judged? Is that to be judged by a subjective belief on the part of the person? So I would prefer substituting some objective language, like has occurred or is reasonably likely to occur. That allows you to use an objective standard. What would a reasonable person with knowledge of these facts believe? And that is a manageable standard, it seems to me. It's one that's used in other contexts all the time. And it takes away a lot of the discretion that might otherwise exist and really put people at risk for losing their license for things that were only, they thought reasonably, were only remote possibilities, but somebody else thought fell under the may category. So
What standards are used in other areas of the law where there are reporting duties like child abuse or other crimes? Is there a model to look to?
Well, in the canons of ethics, legal and judicial, it's a knowledge of
If you're an officer of the court, you have a duty to report if you have knowledge, but you don't have a duty to report if you have a suspicion.
Yes, and in some cases, I've forgotten what the exact language of the rule is, but it's a duty to report not only if you have knowledge, but if the violation affects the person's fitness to practice law. I think that's what it is. I haven't looked at it recently, but it's a fairly tight standard.
It's very similar in law enforcement, although very difficult to enforce.
Well, I don't think that the modification I suggested makes it easier to enforce. This is a hard thing to enforce. Right.
Yes, that's
What's similar in law enforcement? What did you mean?
the duty to report.
A crime.
Well, no, a lot of times it's misconduct by another officer.
By another officer.
Yes, and that's what we're talking about here, basically, is possibly one trainer providing information
Right, so you have a duty.
behavior by another
If
trainer, let's say.
in the New Jersey State Police, you don't have a duty to report if you suspect something, but you do have a duty to report.
I'd have to look at the language, information and belief. I mean, you'd have to look at the exact language. But there is so we are talking, I understand the point, though, that, and I agree that wouldn't make it easier or harder. It probably is better language just to clarify, and what does that mean, may? So I think the clearer we can be.
Why do we want to discourage reporting? The danger in it being the softer suspicion or may is that, I guess the danger is that it would be people would report too much.
Oh, I mean, that may be a danger, but I'm primarily concerned with individual rights and liberties. You create some vague standard that gives to the law enforcers the right to decide whether what you saw and overheard meant cruel treatment may occur. It doesn't even make any difference that it didn't, in fact, occur. So you're ejected. You're out.
Who's out? The guy who reported it?
No, the guy who failed to
who
report.
thought.
Someone who didn't
May occur.
The guy who
report.
failed to report.
Right. Two guys overhear a conversation. right? One reports it, and the other doesn't report it. And the guy who doesn't report it didn't believe that a violation may occur. He knew Joe, and he knew Joe kids around. So the other guy reports it. So now Joe didn't report it, so now Joe is brought in before the stewards on grounds that he violated the rules by not reporting something that may occur. The stewards say, well, you should have reported it because it may occur. Out you go. That's not good. And I don't think we should give anybody the discretion to reach that kind of a result.
So
If you talk
reasonable.
about reasonably likely,
Right.
I mean, that's not a panacea. It still is a standard that requires some judgment, but it's a tighter standard that both encourages reporting and protects individual liberties in a better way, I think.
And what's the same analysis to the worst of knowledge or suspect? Why is it not better to cast a wider net for suspicion?
And
It's the same thing.
it's essentially the same thing. How do you know? How do you prove that a person suspected something? Well, you should have suspected this, or you.
But
If the net-
I'm not exactly sure where I come down on this, but I think we're talking about the wrong end of this. This is not about giving tools to penalize people for not reporting. This is about setting up a system which encourages reporting.
There are two halves of the same coin. You're encouraging reporting by penalizing non-reporting, and you're penalizing non-reporting in a way that deprives people of their livelihood potentially. So you take a look at how we're going to encourage people to report in a way, and penalize them for not reporting in a way that's both productive of reports and fair to the person upon whom you place the burden. And that's the balance I'm trying to strike here.
So
And
if,
it seems to me,
under this rule, if we adopted this rule,
Well, we'll be including this rule in the set of rules that we
coming up,
propose to you this summer.
realize
And we'll go, yeah.
we're ahead of ourselves here a little
Yeah.
bit, but if you, I just think I think it's just nobody's going to spend any time trying to figure out, except bad faith, and you can't deal with bad faith. They're going to figure out a bad faith way to get somebody, but people aren't going to be spending time going around trying to figure out who failed to report things. That just doesn't make any sense.
oh, yes, they are.
It does happen. If 3 people are there as witnesses to something and one person reports, that can lead to questioning based on their failure to report, investigation based on their failure to report. So it's quite common in law enforcement.
Investigations on failure to report.
Yeah, because if something occurred, behavior that one person witnessing it deems to be illegal or whatever the case may be, and when you do an investigation, who else was there? Why didn't you saw that? Why didn't you report that? You have a duty. So it's not uncommon.
And there's some celebrated cases in Massachusetts in the legal and judicial system for failure to report. I mean, if you're going to set up a regulatory framework that includes failure to report, you're going to want to enforce that. So the question is, what is it that you're going to enforce?
What do you think, Jennifer, about the policy discussion about should this be a broad net or not? I mean, it is from the standpoint of trying to accomplish the purpose of keeping the horses safe rather than catching liars.
So how this is envisioned to work. Here's the good news. We'll have some good news in horse racing today. The number of cases, welfare cases, that go before stewards and judges where a finding of fact has been determined that there was a violation, there was a conduct detrimental to welfare, is minuscule. I mean, we're talking, I've been in racing 23 years, I can think of 3 of them, and actually they all wound up getting referred to assistant DAs and were criminally prosecuted. So, and I've been on the racetrack 22 or 23 years. So as we envision this would be if there were ever a case that was prosecuted successfully, and then it came to light that someone else had knowledge of that, then we would look at this. That was how I envisioned it.
So this really,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
so this really isn't about trying to find more cases of, this isn't really about protecting the horses more This is really about having a better system to investigate them or something. It's not, this, I thought what this was designed to do was to substantially increase the likelihood that horses will not be mistreated. But it sounds like that really isn't what you're getting at here.
That it would be a demonstration of our commitment to prosecuting welfare cases. And so
Right.
highlighting the duty here in proximity to the duty to look after the welfare. And the idea would be, again, it's very rare to have a finding that there was conduct detrimental to welfare, but the one I can think of in particular, in another jurisdiction, there were 2 trainers, one on each end of the shed row, and the trainer at the other end of the shed row certainly knew what was going on this end of the shed row. And that horse was, there was a criminal finding that that horse was being abused for about 2 weeks longer than probably would have happened had the other person come forward.
Would you agree, though, that there probably should be many more cases than 2 or 3 in 22 years? And if, in fact, people looked at this as a responsibility and it's a cultural change, right?
Yeah.
Then there would be more information that could lead to more findings.
Yes, I hope there wouldn't be many more cases, but I hope that any existing cases would be found out. The other question, Judge, I have, this is model rule language, and so, as you know, I'm on the Model Rules Committee with RCI. So that has occurred or may occur. If you're interested in my making a suggestion about changing may occur in general to reasonably likely to occur, where it appears in the model rules, I'd be happy to bring that forward to that committee this summer.
Well,
Because the
surely
point is well taken.
I would much prefer that kind of a rule, yeah. So whether or not they do it, I would prefer that for us.
Yeah.
I would just point out, Mr. Chairman, that a rule like this also has a deterrent effect, hopefully. Regardless of how many actual incidents occur and how many of those incidents are reported or not, the mere prospect that something could be reported because it's an active, it's a duty of anybody who witnesses something to report it, should at least in theory serve as a deterrent for bad behavior. Much like audits serve the purpose of compliance, a small number of audits that the IRS conducts, they don't need to conduct 100% because a lot of people comply.
The fellow at the other end of the shed row, when questioned by the steward, said that he didn't say anything because he didn't think it was any of his business. Mm-hmm. And so having this rule in place would have changed that.
Mm-hmm. Right. The active duty, again, also has a deterrent effect.
Anybody else have feelings about?
Well,
We're
I
not
think
going to adopt this today anyway. This is just a discussion
No.
we're going to take back.
But a good one, a good
yes,
discussion.
and a good direction to go in, and
Yeah.
I do believe that's a good change, though, the reasonableness standard.
Mhm. Okay.
Anything else?
So
Then-
what's the next step then, Director?
So we're finalizing our packet of the rule changes that we're going to bring to you.
Oh, okay.
It'll be a pretty comprehensive package, and it incorporates 3 model rule chapters, duties of licensees, both association licensees, occupational licensees, and racing officials. So
You're going to, which committee is it that's working on this? Is it the same committee we were talking about earlier?
this is me,
Oh, I thought you said you were
the
going to
racing division.
I thought you said you're going to take this back to a committee.
So the language that appears in the memo is model rule language from Racing Commissioners International.
Yeah, okay.
So,
I thought there was,
yep.
okay. What was the name of the committee, Gail, that you're on?
The horse racing committee, which is
called the
part
horse-
of it's part of the law, it was,
Right. I just need the name of it.
Okay,
It's the racing development, monies. right?
correct. But it's the horse racing committee.
Horse racing.
Committee, yeah, okay. Okay, next.
And so the third piece that we had out for public comment was pretty quick and dirty, which is that National Racing Regulatory Compact, which, again, I'm not really the subject matter expert in this. We have subject matter experts poised to come in and speak with the Commission about this. This is something that requires legislative change because to join the compact, that has to go through the legislature. So it's a big undertaking, and I had the feedback from you that it was something that you were interested in learning more about. The public comments also supported that, so we are planning this fall to bring in some folks to talk to you, and you can learn more about the nuts and bolts and the process and what the other states that have joined, what they've gone, what they've done so far.
I would agree with that, but I would say, it's relatively low on the priority list for stuff you're working on.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right, and then the last item on the Division of Racing agenda today is another request from Suffolk to amend their live racing schedule. We did this last year, you'll recall, the Tuesdays in June, which are the fourth day, if you will, of a 4-day race week. The existing horse supply right now just isn't where it needs to be. Typically, later in the year, we get more horses in Massachusetts from which we can draw entries, and so the request is to cancel the 4 Tuesdays in June, which I did have the delegated authority to approve, so I did that, of course, subject to being rescheduled later in the season.
Commissioner Kemp, you've done it. You're just
Yeah,
letting us know.
thank
right?
you for
That's
that
right, we
update.
can do it, Right.
And that
Okay.
would conclude the Racing Division report.
Thank you very
All
much.
right,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, and thanks for the feedback.
Yep. Okay. General Counsel Blue. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So, in your packet and on the agenda for this afternoon, we have consideration of the draft surveillance regs, 205 CMR 141. These are in draft form as of right now, and they will be posted for public comment. So this is somewhat of an update for the Commission that these are moving forward. The drafting team consisted of internally MGC Legal, including Attorney Lewis and Attorney Grossman, the consultant team, and the IEB. We included in that our new Assistant Director, Bruce Band, who is scheduled to start on Monday. He generously reviewed some of these regs for us. He's got 30-plus years of gaming experience with significant expertise in surveillance. And he will be available for the commissioners to ask any questions on some of the specifics on that. He has a more boots-on-the-ground knowledge of surveillance systems, what's needed and what is helpful. So he'll be available starting Monday when he starts at the commission. Just want to point out some of the highlights in the regulations. I know you have a copy before you. I won't get into too much detail. But generally, there includes a requirement that licensees submit a plan, a surveillance plan, which must be approved by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission before opening. The regulations include flexibility for the licensee to utilize new technology. We recognize that video and recording equipment are changing all the time. We've included that in the draft regulations. The regulations require that the commission, which includes the staff, have access to the surveillance system, including an on-site commission monitoring room and off-site commission monitoring. So hopefully we'll be able to monitor the casino locations from a specific area of the Gaming Commission where we have our offices. The regs also give minimum equipment specifications to ensure the quality of the system. They define areas to be monitored and recorded. This ensures sufficient coverage for regulatory as well as public safety purposes. The surveillance plan must also incorporate additional features, including adequate emergency power systems, preventative maintenance program, connection to gaming enforcement alarm systems, a photo library, which will be updated regularly of all employees, updated operational blueprint, monitoring room surveillance log, a 30-day retention of recordings, and continuous lighting of monitored areas, among other provisions. Notice must be given to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission of any changes to their surveillance plan. The regs also require the independence of the surveillance department, so there are certain provisions whereby if someone wants to move from one area of work in the casino to the surveillance department, there is sort of a cooling off period, which ensures a separate and sort of independent nature of that surveillance department. And there's also limited access to the monitoring room, so not everybody can come into the monitoring room. There's specific requirements for that. We expect, now that these are being posted, that we may have comments, and then we can review these further and discuss that with the commissioners. And so, given that this is only several pages long, I'm free to answer any questions you may have at this time, or if you prefer, when Mr. Band starts, as he has more of the surveillance expertise, you can ask him when he comes on board. But that's the general overview of the surveillance regulations we have for today, and they'll be posted, and then we can have further discussion as they...
So these haven't been commented on yet? These are just not going up?
Correct. So these are available. And then...
Don't we have to approve them for putting them out for public comment? I thought that's what we
Normally, we don't usually do that
Yeah.
for the first draft.
For the informal public comment. It's not, they're not in the regular cycle yet.
Oh,
No,
just
not
for
yet.
informal public
This
comment?
is just informal public comment.
Okay, gotcha, thanks.
So we don't have anything on the disclosure regs. I think that's coming up later, Commissioner Zuniga indicated. But we also have another page on regulations for administrative searches, which Attorney Lilios can comment on.
Yes, good afternoon. And the administrative aspect is 205 CMR 142. And these are in the same posture, looking to put these out for public comment now. And this reg addresses regulatory monitoring and inspections. And it's authorized by Chapter 23K, specifically Sections 1 and 4. And this sort of regulatory monitoring is standard in the industry and is also common in other pervasively regulated businesses where warrantless inspections are a crucial part of the regulatory scheme designed to further the state's interest. The IEB is the primary enforcement agent for regulatory matters, and it's expected that the IEB, through its gaming agents and in some instances the state police attached to the IEB, will be primarily responsible for the monitoring of the licenses under this regulatory section. It's important to note that this section applies to the Category 1 and Category 2 licensees, but not to racing, as racing has its own regulation on this, on regulatory monitoring. The regulation, as in draft form, allows for the commission to monitor the conduct of licensees and other persons with a material involvement with the licensee for the purpose of ensuring suitability of persons working and having a material involvement there. It calls for monitoring to certify revenues, to conduct periodic reviews of operations, for the commission to exercise its oversight responsibilities. It accords commission access to gaming equipment at the gaming establishment as well as on premises where gaming equipment is manufactured or distributed for use in a mass gaming establishment. It allows for the commission to monitor the books and other financial records so that they are maintained in a manner that the commission deems proper. It allows the commission to gather facts and information relative to the commission's obligation to issue, suspend, and revoke licenses or registrations. And it allows commission access to the books and records of an affiliate of a gaming licensee as well. Essentially, that's a summary of what's in 142, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that you might have.
Did you say we're not going to do the disclosure piece?
No, the disclosure piece isn't ready yet.
Oh, okay.
The determination, our process normally would be, the stage we're at here is to come forward with an informal review by the commission, sort of almost a heads-up process. This is an early on look at what we are in the process of drafting, we'll let that go out for informal public comment for a couple weeks and then come back with a draft in more normal cases where we ask for the commission's permission to move forward with the formal process.
Right. Okay.
I just had one comment on the one thought, and it's a generalized rather than a particular thought with respect to the surveillance regs, and some of this definitional 141.03, some of the particulars there, I wonder if we need that as opposed to simply regulations that tell what we want to be able to do. Maybe we do need that, but this seems highly prescriptive to me, and this is a very quickly changing area. And I just wonder whether, as we think through these,
And
it
we
would
did,
be worthwhile to...
yeah, we did have some discussion with that, and that maybe when Mr. Band starts, we can have some informal discussion with him, and he can even present before the
Right.
commission. In his experience, his recommendation was to be a little more specific with the regs in that there are different ways to, capture images, and his experience was if you don't set a high standard, what may happen is the licensee may pick a cheaper version. Usually the less expensive version has a less of a quality product. So, it's certainly something we can discuss internally. He certainly has more of the technical knowledge as to why these specifications make sense. And we did want to have in that catch-all provision about if they want this a minimum standard, if they want to enhance it or develop additional technology.
Okay.
I had some similar thoughts,
Yeah.
but I thought I'd wait until
Yeah.
he's here and also till we get feedback from
Yeah.
applicants.
Yeah, this is an ongoing discussion.
Right.
We're certainly open to any
Right.
points on that.
And I guess we could leave it at that, but I had a question that's a subset of that. The equipment that's prescribed in section 14103,
Yes.
is that reasonably commercially available, or is that something that we're pushing the latest technology?
That may be, my take from the conversations with Mr. Ban was this is sort of the higher standard, but not unreasonable for the market and for the licensees. But that's something I would be very interested to see public comment from the licensees and reaching out to the licensees if this seems unreasonable, or is this pretty much standard equipment, they can go get it from a number of vendors, that kind of thing. So I would certainly be interested in that conversation.
Great. I had a second question. I think we are being careful in the distinction between gaming establishment and gaming area, where we say, or non-gaming area. And there's a section over relative to the surveillance that the non-gaming area, I'm specifically looking at
Subsection C.
subsection C, yes, page 4. Includes parking areas, for example, of the gaming establishment.
Yeah.
Is that meant to be very broad
Yeah, I
in
think that's
terms
more
of coverage?
of a public safety issue in the parking areas, and then the entrances in the public areas. When you're tracking an individual through the casino, if you have some kind of interest for law enforcement or regulatory purposes, he indicated that was particularly important because that's when you're going to lose them, is when they're coming in and out of the area.
Or I'll put it this way, the coverage in the gaming area is
Pretty
probably
comprehensive.
pretty intense. It's 100% coverage, I guess, multiple areas, multiple cameras, different zoom angles, whatever. That may not necessarily be the case in all the public areas.
Correct.
We need some emphasis just on the,
Yeah, and
just
that-
because of the activities that you described, but it's not meant to be the same, obviously.
Correct, and that's why there's more specifics with the gaming floor itself, and this more is sort of effective and clandestine, so people don't know that there's the cameras, or people know there are cameras in gaming establishments. I think that's common sense, but, so they can't disable them or cover them. They're going to be effective. but it's not to the same detail level.
Right.
Karen, is there, but just building off the question about parking areas, is there any requirement that we add some type of obligation to have some license plate recognition type
We've talked a
surveillance
lot
equipment?
about ALPR technology, and I from my prior position at EOPS, I have a lot of interest in ALPR technology as part of the plan, and we've had discussions even with the Penn licensee about using that, and my expectation is we would be using that, and it can be extremely effective.
Yeah. Both of the applicants that, when I traveled to Las Vegas last week with Commissioner Zuniga, utilized that, and were very proud to show us how it worked, how effective it was, and we were able to see firsthand that was a really good tool.
Effective in what sense?
It's automatic. It's very automatic.
Well,
I understand.
when they had an issue with an
It works,
individual.
but that's a start.
Well, there were some criminal activity in
Right.
particular that they were able to detect the vehicle of the individual because of the license plate technology, and it certainly helped with law enforcement efforts.
Right.
Those were the examples we were shown.
Before the
where-
person gets onto the gaming establishment floor. So
Pardon me?
you're catching the person, I'm assuming, before they get onto the gaming,
Well,
within the gaming
the
establishment.
driver, there may be a license plate that has been reported for whatever. And the software recognizes the license plate and matches it to the database and alerts the person who's monitoring.
No, I understand how it works. I was asking a broader question.
Oh,
What does it accomplish?
What does it accomplish and at what cost? But that's a
Yeah,
that's a
and-
conversation for
Yeah, and
later.
there are very interesting, been part of many conversations about the privacy interest and retention of data, and I'm more than happy to have a further conversation about that. It's actually very interesting, and there are some ways to limit any intrusiveness of the technology, and we should consider those.
Yeah, very similar to a lookup kind of a thing,
Yeah.
where you need a law enforcement purpose in order to.
Right. And there's a hot list that doesn't necessarily alert unless there's a reason to alert. And there's a lot of information on there.
Okay, that'll be a good discussion.
Yes.
I had a question in the second set of draft regs. The minutes, 139.08, minutes and meetings of boards and committees, why do we need that?
Yeah,
we're putting that off.
that's disclosure. I had the same question. That's the section we're talking about.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I had the same. Is that next 2 weeks from now? The disclosure?
There's a whole bunch.
Well, we may bring it back in a group with the rest of the internal control information.
Okay. All right, anything else, Director Wells?
No, sir.
Any other questions for her? Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
We have Attorney Grossman here to discuss the ATM question, which is the next item on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again. It was recently brought to our attention that there are provisions of the banking laws that may affect the ability of ATMs to be placed in gaming establishments. There's language specifically in Chapter 167B, Sections 1 and 3 of the general laws that affect this issue. The applicable language says that no electronic branch, which means an ATM, shall be located upon premises where there occurs legalized gambling other than a state lottery. That language appears to have been put in the general laws in 1994. It is overseen by the Division of Banks, which is a state agency. And we have reached out to them to discuss their take on that provision and its applicability. So until that time, I think it's better that we not get too deep into the meaning of the language of that particular section and how it may affect the use of ATMs at the gaming establishments. But we'd hope to be able to report back to you in the near future.
And they did, I talked to the banking commissioner yesterday, I think, and just to sort of set up a working relationship as you have with the general counsel. And they were meeting, I think, yesterday to have their conversation. I suggested that it would be great if this could be worked out through regs, mutually satisfactory regs, but there was no substantive discussion yet. But then I asked that we get together with them. You and I get together with them as soon as they're able, so I hope we'll be hearing from them soon.
Great.
So 94, I thought it was older than that.
My quick research showed that it was 1994.
So it obviously, when passed, applied only to racing establishments.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, General Counsel Blue.
The commission requested staff to review the current state of the law to determine the standard of review for what we call DBEs, disadvantaged business enterprises. And that term includes the minority business enterprises, women business enterprises, and the veteran business enterprises that we've been talking about. And the enforcement mechanisms that would be available to the commission in setting goals for those programs. Under Chapter 23K, Sections 15 and 18, our licensees are required to create programs for approval by the Commission that address goals for DBEs. And these are particularly in the areas of design and construction, and then in the provision of goods and services. So we did research on the current state of the law, and the current state of the law requires that DBE programs must be narrowly tailored. They have to be narrowly tailored to address past harms, the past harm being some form of discrimination. Strict quotas are not allowed. Goals are acceptable if it can be shown that they are necessary to remediate past discrimination. The goals must be based on evidence of such discrimination, and the common way to develop that evidence is through a disparity study, at least as it applies to the construction industry. That's where it's been most commonly used. I understand that we have done those studies, other agencies in the Commonwealth have done those studies, and in fact that Mass DOT is conducting a disparity study now in design, construction, professional services, and the concession industry. So we may want to reach out to DOT to discuss the outcome of their studies on that. Some examples of narrowly tailored programs are programs that are based on disparity studies, opportunities to encourage DBEs to participate, such as job fairs, networking events, inspection and auditing programs by agencies to confirm that the bona fide DBEs are being used on licensed projects, and to have waivers, allow waivers when good faith efforts at DBE participation are attempted but potentially unsuccessful. The Commission further asked staff to review enforcement mechanisms. Effective enforcement is dependent upon clear goals and monitoring. The goals should be set by the licensee and approved by the Commission. They should be flexible, and they should have some ranges within them. Monitoring consists of self-reporting by the licensee, regular inspections by the Commission, and audits of licensee records. The Commission has created the necessary regulations and put a team in place to begin the monitoring process. That is part of what PINK is doing now in the monitoring project. Enforcement begins with the process of working with the licensee to mutually resolve issues, and many of the programs that are currently in place involve things such as initial meetings, conciliation processes, requiring additional information from a licensee who fails to meet their goals, or requiring a new plan to meet the goals. If good faith attempts are shown by the licensee and the goals cannot be met, plans also require the modification or changes in those goals. The Commission has all of its authority under 23K to levy fines if there are violations that continue and are unremediated, and to go as far as to suspend or revoke licenses where the Commission has evidence to support that. But I think what we've seen, and we've looked at Massport's program, for example, usually there is a lot of interaction between the agency and the licensee in terms of how the goals are established, how they're monitored, where the progress is, and many attempts to try to find ways to meet those goals where possible. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, don't the disparity studies have to affect have to be done in the domain that the regulator, for which the regulator is responsible?
They
Or-
can, but sometimes if they're done on a Commonwealth-wide basis, in particular industries, it's possible to use some of those.
But we don't have now a gaming industry,
That's correct.
right? So we have to somehow address that, either through finding a comparable disparity study that's already been conducted, or we have to do one ourselves, or are there other alternatives?
Well, that's one of the reasons it's easier in the construction industry, and I think that's where they've been used the most often, is because construction has had a number of disparity studies done, and we've done that in the Commonwealth. In terms of the industry as a whole, we could look to other jurisdictions, but you're right, it is generally, the study needs to be designed to remedy past discrimination in that industry, in that area. So,
So when we get to the staffing of casinos, we're going to have to do something about that in order to justify an affirmative action plan.
we probably will, yes.
Yeah, and I think that's really important to keep in mind. And I know that you're thinking about that and working on what we'll have to do.
Does it have to be that narrow? Does it have to be a disparity in that industry, in that area? Is that what you said? That's what you...
In order to make the program narrowly tailored, what we're seeing in the case law is that the fact that there has been past discrimination in general is not enough to really justify goals in all situations. So I think what we're seeing when we look at the case law is studies that are confined to particular industries and particular places. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to have more broad general goals that you work on and you try to establish, and you create other programs that feed into it, like job fairs, like networking events. Other states have done things, for example, where they've had legislation where they have set up projects where an agency can loan money to a small business to participate in their procurement, or they provide consulting services to help small businesses grow. Those are some of the more detailed programs that are legislatively created. But they have to be very narrowly tailored. So when we get past construction, we're going to want to look more closely at what information we have to base the goals upon.
I would think the hospitality industry and the retail industry, both of which our licensees are in, probably would have disparity studies. That's worth looking into.
They might. We could certainly look at that. Those would be two comparable industries to what
Right.
we're doing.
Tourism.
Right.
Tourism, yes.
But at least the current licensee is going to want to begin thinking about staffing
Pretty soon.
at no later than the end of the year, right? So, so this is a next step kind of thing. We've got to keep track of, right? Yeah.
Catherine, how do we balance disparity studies versus what a licensee or an applicant is committing to in the host and surrounding community agreements?
Well, I think that's a very unique situation that we have, because we do have commitments that are made to other entities besides us. So, we have a process to monitor commitments made in host and surrounding community agreements, and then we would balance that against the commitments they make to us in their overall plan. I think it's going to be a very new experience for us to balance those. That's really what we're going to need to do. And I imagine we will get some feedback from our licensees as to how that's working. What kinds of concerns they have, what are they finding, what is a subset of their communities that they're looking towards to fulfill those goals.
Okay.
What is the law on the issue of using, if you call it affirmative action or diversity strategies, or having diversity goals and objectives out of a conviction that a diverse workforce is a better product, produces a better product, that the institution is better off having a diverse workforce for this, not necessarily to remedy past disparities, but because there is an affirmative value in a diverse workforce.
The law encourages diversity, and they encourage it through any kinds of mechanism short of very strict goals or quotas. So that's where the situation where, you know, you develop a diverse hiring pool when you're going to hire for a certain position, when you go out and conduct job fairs, when you post your positions across various networking sites, that some of which reach out to different groups. All of those things are fine, but as you get close to a very defined goal or a quota, then the laws, you know, doesn't accommodate that.
And where do we fall on that continuum? We are talking about having, probably, we certainly do in our construction work, and I imagine in our operations work, we are likely to see percentage goals. Is that, does that trigger the need for that narrow disparity study, or is that compatible with the broader standard that diversity is good and here's how we get there?
My sense on the construction side is those goals supported by a disparity study should be okay, with the caveat that we want to understand what kinds of efforts are being made. We want to make sure we monitor whether there are bona fide DBEs being used to meet those goals, and to understand if those goals can't be met, what do we do by granting waivers, for example, or making changes in programs. I think when you move away from construction, then those goals should be flexible. They should not be hard and fast types of goals, because there may not be as much support if we don't have a disparity study or something to support that evidence. It has to be very narrowly tailored to make those very, very definite goals. So we're going to want to be flexible and, you know, creative in how we get a diverse workforce.
Isn't the diversity is good rationale for affirmative action under some significant assault in the decided Supreme Court cases, at least? That's at the heart of the pending Austin case, isn't it? I think.
It is, yes. I mean, the courts have come out and said, you know, past discrimination doesn't really support some of these programs, and diversity in general, while good, is not enough to support some of these programs that have more hard and fast goals. So I think the best way to do it is to work with the licensees to encourage them to get as much diversity as they can, knowing that we have to be flexible, and they have to be flexible in how they do it.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You all set? Okay, thank you. Let's take a 15-minute break and or so, and we'll come back and do Q&A.
Okay. All right, I'd like to resume our meeting, if we could, please. That's we finished the 15 minutes we promised, and so let's move on to the last set of items on the agenda, which deal with, in general, Region A. And first up, Mr. Zamba, the Ombudsman, for an Ombudsman's report, or Director Day. Mr. Zamba, I was right the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. By way of update, we posted the new projected Region A licensing schedule on our website. This is the same schedule that we discussed at the last Commission meeting. As you recall, this estimated schedule projects that the Commission could issue its Region A award by September 12th. This award date assumes that at least one of the Region A applicants goes to arbitration with the City of Boston, and that arbitration takes the maximum amount of allowable under our regulations. This September 12th date also assumes that the parties utilize the maximum number of our so-called Flex 14 days. In the event that arbitrations are not as extensive, they conclude earlier, or they don't use our Flex 14 days, that the award could be issued in late August, August 29th, under one projection we put forward last week. Further update is, since the Commission's last meeting...
Could I just stop there for a second, if there's a reason to pause? Because if we don't use the Flex 14, but there is arbitration,
yes, then
the schedule calls for an award on August 29. That's what it says there.
That is correct.
So that would mean that the deliberations would be that last week of August.
Correct.
Is that a good idea? Or is that something we can deal with later?
We can certainly deal with that later. I think that certainly there's appetite on a number of parts to try to move forward on this license as quickly as we can.
Right. I understand.
You have to balance that against the public's interest in making sure that they can actively watch our proceedings.
Right.
But I think that's something we can deal with at a later date.
Right.
Even though these are projections, these are estimates based on a number of factors. And one thing we have certainly seen is that dates can move forward or in the other direction.
Yeah. I raise it now, not necessarily to get a decision, because I don't think we're in a position to make a decision. But I don't want people to begin to get concerned about things that are fluid, plastic, and
Right.
subject to change. So that's a date that I've got, certainly, I think the four of us have our eyes on in terms of the time of year that the end of August is, and other things that people are doing. So we'll certainly keep our eye on that.
And one thing to mention, that assumes arbitration.
That's right.
That is not a foregone
That's right.
conclusion.
That's right. And that's an important point to note, because this collapses markedly, potentially collapses markedly if there is no arbitration.
Absolutely.
Right.
Back to July, would that be accurate, without arbitration?
Early August.
Early
perhaps.
August, probably. Yeah. So you pick up about 30 days, potentially, if we don't go to arbitration.
That's right.
So, okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that people understood that that date was there for planning purposes, but it's fluid, and we're going to carefully watch it and watch developments around it.
At the commission's last meeting, there were some dates that were fluid at that point, and I think we've now confirmed the host community hearing dates, at least the first of which, for the 24th and 25th of June, Revere on the 24th, and Everett on the 25th. The closing of such host community hearings, those would be in the event that there is still an outstanding negotiation or arbitration with the city of Boston, and then after which we could close the hearings, and that could be as early as the end of July in the event of an arbitration. So by way of further update, we currently have...
Could I just stop you again?
Oh, yeah, no problem.
At the risk of, have we now posted those meetings?
We have posted those meetings.
Okay. And I think we've posted the meeting times from 4 to 8. That's my recollection.
That's correct.
And we've posted the amount of time that we're going to allow each participant to talk, and that's based on the average amount of time, well, actually, it's at the margin of the amount of time that we've experienced in past meetings of this type, people actually took to speak. That's where we got that number from, in an effort to ensure that as many people as possible would have an opportunity to talk. And I think part of the thinking in that 4 to 8 posting was that we've been to a number of these meetings that lasted into the late hours of the evening, and nobody's doing very well at that time. And that we would therefore be able to go back another day if we had people that we couldn't reach, rather than extend it into the evening. I think I speak for all of us when I say that. So people ought to understand that, understand where those numbers came from, understand where the time came from, and we do want to hear from everybody who has something to say at those hearings.
Hey, Commissioners, obviously the members of the general public should be forewarned that at the beginning of all of our host community hearings, there is a segment under which we ask questions of the applicant, and that does go for quite a period of time at the beginning. So it's not that they're showing up directly at 4 and the publics can deliver their remarks right then. It will take a little bit of time before we go through the questions.
Right.
So by way of further update, so we currently have 2 communities that are in arbitration, Chelsea and Somerville with WinMass LLC. The arbitration report for the Somerville Win arbitration is due on June 9th. And then if the commission grants an extension petition requested jointly by Win and Chelsea, the Win-Chelsea arbitration report would also be due on the 9th of June. I'm very pleased to report that yesterday we received an executed agreement between Mohegan Sun and the town of Winthrop. And as a result, there is no further arbitration in that regard. And I'm also pleased to report that Mohegan Sun and the town of Saugus have entered into an agreement of principle, and they are just crossing Ts and dotting Is, I believe, and hopefully we'll have an executed agreement shortly. So outside of the potential arbitrations for the city of Boston, we have just 2 remaining. And those would be concluded on the 9th of June, before our host community hearing dates.
Very good news indeed.
One other thing I'll mention is that, as you know, we have what we call the FIPS. We're developing certainly a lot of new acronyms to state government, but the FIPS hearings are the fundamentally inconsistent petitions. And potentially what we could do is we could hold that petition hearing on the 12th of June at our commission meeting. And again, there's just 2 arbitrations outstanding. Potentially, if we resolve those FIPS petitions, that would give the parties 5 working days after that FIPS petition to enter into an agreement, or the agreement that is reached by the arbitrator's report as modified by the commission would become the final surrounding community agreement by the parties, thus enabling comment on that at the host community hearing.
Do we have a petition from each of the 2 communities at this point that are going into arbitration?
So we have petitions for win for both of the communities. We have a petition from Somerville. Chelsea chose not to submit a petition.
Okay.
And I believe, Council Blue, what we'd recommend is the same process that we had for the Western Mass commentary, as in the parties would be allowed approximately 10 minutes to brief the commission at that hearing. And I think that we have allowed, as always in the past, parties to submit any letters to the commission, any comment letters to the commission that we would consider. But I think it would probably make much more sense this time around is if we tell the parties in advance that if they're going to submit any comment letters on the issues, they have to be well in advance of the meeting on the 12th, certainly no later than the time when we put together the commission's packets on the 10th, which would be 1 day after the conclusion of the arbitrator's report. We can communicate that to the parties.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a hardship because they've already filed, the petitions, so it'd be supporting the petitions. Right.
Yeah, or actually it
there's
would
nothing
be
really new there.
Opposing the other party's petition would be the most likely response.
That's
Yeah,
what we're
right.
hearing, that mostly it'll consist of objections to the other party's petition.
Right. But in any event, that can be prepared in advance. And,
Correct.
And filed if necessary. So
Right.
I was just thinking through whether 1 day is enough. But,
Yeah.
but that could be going on right now.
Yeah, and you obviously get in a situation, if somebody submits a comment, somebody else might want to comment on that comment, and then it could go on.
Right. But they can do the comments
forever.
verbally. Right.
So we recommend that they do that
Right.
verbally rather
Right.
than many filings.
John, in the schedule, we're showing June 16 for the conclusion of the negotiation of the surrounding community agreement. That would be the last one.
City of Boston.
The city of Boston. And the period of arbitration is shown as 20 days, 28 days?
Yeah, so June 16th would be the conclusion of the negotiation period, the statutory negotiation period. With our Flex 14, they could extend that by an additional 2 weeks to the 30th. And then after that date, then the parties would go through our arbitration period of 5 days and 20 days and 5 days. There might be some, if we're not counting those days exactly as I just described, sometimes if the day falls on a Saturday or a Sunday, we bump it ahead to a Monday. Or if there's a holiday, it's
Okay, so the Flex 14 aren't included here, which is why the 829 could be September 12th.
Yes, the 829 is without the Flex 14, and then you'll see a light gray dotted line to September 12th, which is the Flex 14.
Oh, I just noticed that.
It's light.
It is very late.
Yeah,
Yeah.
In the expectation that it won't be visible, right?
that's right. That's right. Now on to my second matter. We have, as I mentioned, the City of Chelsea and Wynn Mass LLC have jointly requested a variance to the Commission's arbitration regulations. They are seeking an additional 7 days to complete their arbitration. These 7 days are in addition to the 14 flexible days that the parties are utilizing. The parties are seeking the additional days because their mutually selected arbitrator has asked to schedule a closing presentation on June 5th after at least 3 days of hearings that have either occurred or are about to occur. They further state that pre-existing travel commitments impeded their ability to start the arbitration proceedings earlier. With the extension, the arbitration report would be due on June 9th, as I stated, instead of June 2nd. Even with this extension, the arbitration report would be due well prior to the estimated completion of any arbitration with Boston or the conclusion of the 30-day statutory negotiation period between Boston and the applicants, which, as you mentioned, Commissioner, is on June 16th. The parties seek a variance from the Commission's arbitration regulation 205 CMR 125.016C3, which sets out a 20-day period arbitration proceedings. The Commission has previously granted a variance to this regulation at least twice, once in Region B and once in this region for Winthrop and Mohegan Sun. We also granted ourselves a variance when we adopted the Flex 14 policy. The parties provided a statement that the Commission could make the requisite findings to grant the variance in that, one, granting the variance is consistent with the purpose of the Expanded Gaming Act because it will allow the parties the necessary time to conclude the binding arbitration procedure that will result in a surrounding community agreement to mitigate the potential impacts from the development of gaming establishment. Two, granting the variance will not interfere with the ability of the Commission or its Investigations and Enforcement Bureau to fulfill its duties as the duration of the variance is short, 7 days. Granting the variance will not adversely affect the public interest and will enhance the public interest by providing the arbitrator additional time to issue a thoughtful decision. And four, not granting the variance would cause a substantial hardship to the persons requesting the variance in that the arbitrator has asked for additional time to issue his report and that pre-existing travel commitments interfered with the abilities of the parties to meet earlier. Given these reasons and the unlikelihood that this extension would impact the Commission's award schedule, I recommend that the Commission grant this variance request.
Okay, questions, discussion?
I see no reason to, that we don't grant the variance. It doesn't affect our schedule, and the reasons for requesting, saying, are, appear to be reasonable.
I would agree that it's a joint request, and, you know, it does no harm to our schedule, so I would agree with that.
Mr. Chair, I was ready to put it into a motion. I'm echoing my colleagues, but I move that the Commission grant a variance as requested by the City of Chelsea and Wynn Mass LLC to the time constraints of Section 125.01 6C to allow the arbitrator to issue his report on June 9th, 2014.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it unanimously.
That is my report.
All right, Mr. Ombudsman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Let's turn now, if we might, to the final item on the agenda, which is the decision-making process. And this is something that we, at the last meeting, said we'd return to today. And we asked the staff, particularly General Counsel Blue and the legal staff, to think about alternatives and processes and the like, and make some recommendations. There are really two parts to this. There's a preliminary part and then the substantive part. The preliminary part is that given Chairman Crosby's recusal from Region A, the four of us are left to make the decisions, and that's obvious. But in addition to that, before we can make the decision and before we can really discuss the process, we need to deal with the issue of responsibility for the overall criterion in our application, evaluation of that, which had been committed to Chairman Crosby. For general information, there are five criteria in our application, and each of the commissioners had been responsible for one and is responsible for one. And now in Region A, there are four of us, so we need to figure out how to deal with that overview criterion for which Chairman Crosby was responsible. A number of ways to deal with it. General Counsel Blue, I'm sure you have some thoughts on that regard.
The legal staff looked at the overview report, considered how it was formatted and delivered in the last round. It's very clear that the overview report has significant value and was very helpful to the commission in considering it in the last license award process. So it would be our suggestion that the questions in the overview report be divided amongst the commissioners in accordance with their area of subject matter expertise, but then their review of those questions be rolled into one single report as it was delivered last time. And the commissioners, when they deliver the report, can deliver the sections based upon their questions, but at least it'll come through in a unified report that when we post it, people will be able to see it, they'll understand the evaluations. And I think it will give the same kind of helpful insight to that section that was obtained last time.
So are you suggesting that we divvy up the questions based on our areas of expertise, but then when we give the report, we would each take a section of that report?
So what we would do is we would use that same report format that we used last time. We would take each commissioner's review of their questions and roll it into that report. And yes, then when it's delivered, the commissioner who worked on those questions would deliver that part of the report.
Or the commissioner could deliver that segment of the report in conjunction with her overall report.
They could. I think the key is as long as we have a report on that section,
Right.
I think
You can
that's the
figure
more
out a
helpful
lot of-
part, how it's delivered. There's a lot of flexibility.
Presentation techniques, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, discussion of that approach, that's a thoughtful approach, not the only one, but that's a thoughtful approach.
Yeah, I think dividing up among the rest of us makes a lot of sense. I do wonder, however, as to how whether dividing some of those questions in an area that is not the one that each one of us is responsible for may have an added benefit of more understanding by each of those, of the four of us, about a particular area that is outside of the area that we are responsible for. So I guess I'm suggesting or wondering whether flipping, in other words, not by area of expertise, but by rather the opposite, would have the added benefit of additional understanding of each other's.
To put that in concrete terms, for example, I'm responsible for the building and site design. That's my
Right.
area of responsibility. So under your thinking, I would pick something like finance and economic development.
Right.
Or something like
One of the overall categories. The unique piece about the overall categories is that they are, in my estimation, quite a bit of a wraparound, sort of higher level. Sometimes they could be thought of falling within one category, but they could also fit in another one, in other words. So anyway.
No, there is benefit to that because it brings a different perspective to that set of questions. As I was thinking it through, I think the balance is the amount of time it may take a commissioner to become familiar with an area that they haven't worked on, and whether that adds, more time or more work to the process. But certainly a fresh look from someone who's not involved in it, in that particular question or area, may bring a good perspective to it.
Is there an opportunity to, I'm thinking about how I work with my group of independent evaluators, and we look for somebody's expertise to be essentially a lead reviewer of that certain section of the economic development application. And in following your model, perhaps a commissioner becomes a primary reviewer, lead reviewer, but not to the degree that we not invite review or comment or thoughts or suggestions or ratings from the other three commissioners. To kind of boil it down, there are some questions in those 9 that I think all of us would have an opinion on. The final question, I think, has to do with, your thoughts on encouraging, and maintaining a robust gaming economy in Massachusetts. I think all 4 of us would have comments on that. The branding question, how does your project fit with the Massachusetts brand? I mean, all 4 of us live in Massachusetts. We probably have our own ideas about that. So to build off your suggestion with a commissioner tackling a question which dovetails with their other review of the application, but I think inviting all 4 of us to look at those answers and those replies and the thoughts of the stakeholder group that Chairman Crosby put together, and all kind of weighing in on what a rating either for the individual question should be or kind of for the roll-up. I just think there's some opportunities for all of us to kind of weigh in on questions, I think, to Commissioner Zuniga's point, areas where we haven't necessarily directly been involved, but there are certainly questions that allow for us all to weigh in because we probably have an opinion on some of those broader questions.
Mechanically, how would that work? I mean, how do you envision that working? Remembering that we can only act in an open meeting. To put that in context, we contemplate as we move forward, I think at least, that each commissioner will present and the other commissioners will then discuss, and the commissioners who's presenting is presenting an opinion that may or may not be shared by the others.
Right.
And that's good, and it'll be part of the discussion that we have. But how would we mechanically go about weighing in individually on pieces of Criterion 1 without a public meeting? That certainly can take place at the public meeting.
My thought was, again, we do all this independent evaluation of the rest of the application. We bring it forward into a public meeting, and other commissioners ask questions similar to how we review the other 4 parts of the application. But I think it's probably an area where we all have an opportunity to kind of weigh in on our opinions or thoughts on any of the 9 questions that are part of the general overview.
I don't know that so you're just suggesting we do that before we actually have our presentations? In order for us to be able to weigh in, we'd have to do it in public. Wouldn't that be kind of tipping off, ahead of time? I mean, I think the comprehensiveness and the presentations followed by deliberations all in 1 week make the most sense to me, rather than trying to tackle some questions earlier, which may lead someone to believe,
No, I'm suggesting that, this falls within the regular schedule of our open deliberations and discussion, and the general overview is the 5th piece of the lineup or the agenda, but yet in that kind of public consideration of those questions, that we all have an opportunity to weigh in, even though the question itself might have been assigned to one individual commissioner to be a primary reviewer. I'm not saying anything happens outside of the public meeting process. That was my point.
How is that different than what we did for the slots in which I presented and all of you weighed in, had questions, or a different idea about something? How would that be different than, you're just taking primary responsibility for laying out the question and the details,
right? Not
necessarily thinking that everyone will take that at face value. So I guess what I'm saying is I kind of like the simple approach that we split them up according to our area of expertise. We take responsibility and we present. To me, that just seems the cleanest, and knowing that everyone, of course, will weigh in.
But there's no impediment if we did that and present one divided them up in some way so that some commissioner had the initial responsibility for going forward. There's no impediment to the other commissioners making whatever inquiries he or she wanted beforehand to educate himself or herself about the subject matters so that they could weigh in with their opinions during the dialogue part that would follow the presentation. So it seems to me that if I understand it correctly, that the germ of your suggestion, the kernel, I should say, of your suggestion should...
Sounds better than a germ.
Yeah, it does sound better than a germ, I'm sorry. The kernel of your suggestion is easily accommodated and makes good sense and would add to a fuller discussion. Somehow educating ourselves and inquiring into the substance of those questions and looking at the application materials and we'll all get a chance to review the roll-up report before it's actually presented, as we have in the past, and be prepared to do that. So I think that could be accommodated.
Yeah. I apologize if I didn't necessarily explain the mechanics of what I held.
No. There's no apologies necessary, but just trying to harmonize that because it's a good idea, and this is putting us into a little bit different kind of territory. Let's come back to Commissioner Zuniga's point, though, about taking areas of expertise and assigning things out. Areas of expertise really being the areas for which one's responsible already, and matching up to the best of our ability, those areas with the areas in Criterion 1, the 9 questions in Criterion 1, as opposed to taking our own areas of responsibility and finding areas in Criterion 1 that were unlike what we were dealing with. That's the kernel of your suggestion, right?
Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
What do the other commissioners think about that?
Perhaps I could add to that point that I have looked at all the other areas of the application with less emphasis, I should admit, that the finance section. That has really been my there's a lot to analyze, etc. And it occurred to me that having now the added question or questions that may be in an area that overlaps a little bit, but it's not the one that I have, for one, been paying a lot of attention to, could be beneficial to a better understanding of the application overall. And if we did that, if each of us did that, it could help the process without precluding any of the discussion that will take place in the open meeting, during the presentations and eventually during the deliberations. As I mentioned, there's I believe some overlap in a number of these questions, and under that rubric, they could go. Several of them could fall under economic development, or they could go under finance. Well, if there's that question, there's benefit if there's different assignment, if you will, and that's part of my point.
Okay. Other thoughts? Mr. Cameron?
Well,
Commissioner Zung?
I guess my one concern was how tight our schedule is. And for example, if I had questions that have to do with finance or economic development, I would need to reach out to those advisors and set up a separate meeting and review it or whatnot. So just, I see the value, but I just wonder if it's could become burdensome to not only the advisors, but to the commissioner who is learning a new area. And that was my only.
I take Commissioner Zuniga's point, and there are certainly areas that overlap. In fact, some that closely parallel are areas of primary responsibility. I must say that I too share Commissioner Cameron's concern about the time available to familiarize ourselves with a new area and do it justice. an entirely new area and do it justice. I understand the value that's there, but this is a series of decisions we're going to make and series of presentations we're going to make, I should say, that are going to require an extensive amount of homework in potentially a fairly short amount of time. I mean, if there's no arbitrations, this could be on us fairly quickly, and that would be good for the Commonwealth and for the people of the Commonwealth. And I think planning a mechanism that would allow us to deal with things as efficiently as circumstances may require trumps what I agree is the added value that potentially inheres in taking different topics, and allows us at the same time to have access on a single basis, or two of us at a time, to the advisors in other areas to get ourselves up to speed on areas with which we're not intimately familiar. So I think the idea is intriguing, but I must say that I come down, I think, on the side of trying to find something that fits as tightly as possible with what we're doing already. Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I'm comfortable with that thought. I think Commissioner Zuniga has an interesting point that would really make us all completely familiar with what we know is going to be a competitive process. But I think in deference to time, sticking with the question areas that we're most familiar with may best serve us. But
sounds like
right or wrong.
sounds yeah,
No,
sounds
no
like
right or wrong.
yeah, no.
Right,
There's
right.
there's no right or wrong. I know the argument about the overlap really falls either way.
Right.
If
Right.
it overlaps on one side, it can overlap on the other. So it's just a matter of finding the comfort level as to,
Comfortable
yep,
Okay.
I'm fine.
So feeling a consensus about the breakout, suppose we ask General Counsel Blue to take the existing categories, make an assignment, and we can talk with her individually if we have concerns about the assignment or would prefer something different, and we'll just assign it to each of the commissioners in an area that most closely approximates the area for which they're already responsible. And we'll just get that done promptly, and then we can begin the process of dealing with it substantively. Make sense?
Yes.
Sounds
Okay.
good to
I
me.
don't think we need a formal vote on that. We just ask General Counsel Blue to do it. Okay. So with that, then, we have that category, that criterion assigned. And let's talk now about an overall approach to a decision-making process. And this, of course, is the main topic that we wanted to talk about today. That what we just did was an essential ingredient of this next discussion.
So the legal department looked at the
Would
process.
you pull that mic a little closer to you? I'm sure it's being picked up for the world, but maybe not in here.
The legal department looked at the process with an eye towards what are best practices and how can we, build on what we've learned from our prior experience. So we do have a few recommendations that we think will make the flow a little bit better, make it easier for the general public to understand how the commission arrives at its decision, and maybe puts a little more structure around it. So the first thing that we were very comfortable with is we thought that the report format that we used in the past was a very good report format, that we should continue to use that format, and the presentation should be made as they were prior. We think that having those reports available and being able to post them lets folks see the level of detail and the level of study and evaluation that went into the questions in each section. We also thought that before beginning deliberations, after the reports are delivered, but before beginning deliberations, it would be good for the commission to sit down and discuss the ground rules for deliberations, how you were going to proceed, commissioners being able to discuss certain concerns they may have about each report, whether they thought they needed additional information, and that could be information from staff, the applicants, the independent evaluators, processes they might want to use in order to decide when it's ready to take a vote,
those kinds of discussions and make it very clear that these are the general ground rules for your deliberations. Then, as you start your deliberations, we think it makes sense to really go through each report after it's been delivered and express areas of concern, potential areas where commissioners view them as maybe more important, less important, and again, what kind of information do you need and who would you like that information to come from? That way, if you do need more information, you can ask staff and we can make sure the appropriate people come forward to present to you. We also wanted to suggest that in arriving at your decision, you use all the tools that are available to you under our regulations, and in particular, Regulation 205 CMR 118.04. In looking at that regulation, the Commission has a great deal of flexibility in what it could consider. So it can receive advice from staff or consultants, and we've talked a little bit about that. It can request additional presentations from applicants, whether they be broad or narrow on a particular topic. You can ask the applicants for additional presentations. You can require the applicants to submit additional information or to amend or supplement their application if it is deemed to be in the best interest of the host communities, surrounding communities, the ILIVs, the region, or the Commonwealth. So if there are particular areas where you don't think you have enough information, you'd like them to supplement, or if you think an amendment is appropriate, we can ask the applicants to do that pursuant to our regs. You can ask staff to go back and discuss potential improvements in the application with the applicants. And again, it's as long as those improvements are there to ensure economic benefit to the Commonwealth or to the region, our regs allow that to occur. And then we can go back and request best offers, not final offers, but best offers from the applicants as we move through to see what kinds of changes you might have, or again, to address concerns, questions, things that need to be mitigated, for example, we can go back and do that. We also have at our disposal conditions. So once you've worked through all of the information that you feel you need to make a decision, then we can craft appropriate conditions on the license to make sure that those areas are addressed, or to make changes or to add additional mitigation, what you think is important. Last time we went through and we created a list based upon every report as it was delivered, but these are more complex projects and they may have more and different conditions. So we'll craft those conditions, staff can discuss those with the applicant. And then finally, I think the Commission should just feel comfortable that it will deliberate until it's ready to vote and make a decision. And how long that takes is fine, but you just want to keep deliberating until you are comfortable. And then when you're ready, you can vote, and we can go through the process where you vote, make the determination, discuss conditions, and come back and finalize as we did last time. So we think it's a little more structured maybe this time, but we also suggest you take advantage of all the resources that you have available to you.
It's very thoughtful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The process, as you outlined it, begins after the presentation of each of the 4 commissioners, correct? When we first start talking about the ground rules for deliberation, but prior to it, and all the rules that all the tools that we have at our disposal, there's a natural flow in terms of the amount of information that we can gather. All of that goes after the presentation, each of the presentations. Is that correct?
After all the reports are delivered.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Other thoughts?
I think that's very helpful. Very good counsel. I think we were wise when we decided. Part of it was our decision, part of it was the way the law was written. I realized that we handled the smaller slots first, and there are always lessons learned from the process. And I think you just outlined several of them, and the structure is important. So I know personally I'd be very confident with that approach, and the fact that very capable of decision making in this manner.
Mr. Stebbins, any thoughts?
No, I appreciate the fact that Catherine has reminded us about the tools through the regulatory process that are available to us to kind of move through a deliberation process that allows us a great deal of flexibility in terms of follow-up, in terms of asking the applicant additional questions or for more detail if we need it. I think that was thoughtful and probably pretty smart on somebody's part to put that into the regulations.
Put it in the regulations.
Mr. Grossman.
Mr. Grossman.
Mr. Grossman did.
All right.
I don't want to speculate too much in the scenarios, but suffice to say that some of the turnaround could be lengthier than last time. If we're asking somebody to improve their application on a particular, hopefully on something that's specific and not overly broad, the turnaround time could vary. So we'll just have to deal with that and perhaps cross that bridge when we get there. But again, speaks to the flexibility of our process.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true, and it may take a little more time to get what you need.
But the outcome would be more optimal,
Yes.
ideally.
Well, I think that that's a very thoughtful approach to this. You know, the primary concern that we've heard since Chairman Crosby recused himself is, what do we do in the case of a tie? I mean, how are we going to deal with that? And it seems to me that the course you've outlined helps us approach that and prevent a tie from occurring, and moving our way through that. You know, we're not the first. It's not the first time we've come to a group of four trying to make important decisions. We've been operating that way since last August, and we've, it seems to me, not had any difficulty making decisions, and have been making decisions carefully and thoughtfully and deliberately, and I'm confident we can do so again. But we're not the only board that faces uneven numbers. From time to time, boards throughout the Commonwealth and elsewhere are faced with situations in which, because of the absence of a member or members, they're reduced from an odd number to an even number. And still others that we've looked at are set up that way. The Pennsylvania Gaming Commission, for example, has 7 members, 3 of whom are appointed by the governor, 4 of whom are appointed by others. But the statute says that all 4 of the others have to agree, plus 1 appointed by the governor, before the Gaming Commission can do anything. And they've been in existence for I don't know how many years and have made a number of important licensing decisions. There's a statute in Michigan that's revealed as we were going through some of the comparison processes that we talked about this morning, in which regional convention authorities are set up with 5 members, all of whom have to agree before the regional authority can do anything. So there is a process that's developed for situations like this that involves consensus decision-making. And it is designed to get people to the kind of consensus that we have repeatedly reached in the decisions that we've made since we've come into existence. As I said one time, I think we've only had a handful of decisions, maybe 2 handfuls of decisions in the many votes we've taken in which we weren't unanimous. But they key in on what I think General Counsel Blue just said, a process of proceeding slowly and thoughtfully and listening actively to what each other is saying and taking the time that we need to take in order to make sure we understand the other person's point of view, understand what the materials are, and the like. We have a format, a presentation of analyses of criteria, of thinking about them, of perhaps recessing early after several criteria have been explained and thinking about it overnight, moving forward, getting feedback from the applicants and the cities and towns that have been affected by this. At some point deciding we're ready to express a preference, perhaps, that's not a vote, but at least tells which way we're leaning, and talking about that, seeing why that's the case, and then ultimately getting ready and deciding collaboratively that we're ready for a vote and we sense that we can do it. You know, we've been at this for 2 years now. The cities and towns and applicants have been at it for 2 years. I know all four of us want to make a decision and make the best decision that we can for the Commonwealth. And I think that we have the power to do it. And so that we can use these procedures to get to a vote that will result in a decision. In the unlikely event, what I think is the highly unlikely event, that there is a tie after that vote, that's not the end of the process. We have, as General Counsel Blue pointed out, all of these tools at our disposal. We can get more advice from consultants about things we may have overlooked. We can get advice from the staff. We can send the staff back to talk to the applicants. We can bring the applicants in here and ask them to make presentations to us. We can ask them to make a different offer. We can even get, if we ever have to get there, we can get to a best and final offer process, which is basically a process in which we say to the applicants, look, you've sat here and you've listened to the deliberations. You understand where people who support your application are coming from, and you also understand where the people who don't support your application are coming from. Take a couple of days, take some reasonable period of time, come back with a best and final offer to improve your application, and tell us how you're going to deal with the things that some people think are deficiencies or difficulties with your application. Come back and do that, and it's inconceivable to me that at that point, after going through those things and using those tools and using the energy and collaborative processes that we've developed over the past couple of years, it's inconceivable to me that we won't reach a decision. So I don't think we have to specify, at least from my standpoint, procedures and processes now. That's a kind of, as we've all said, as General Counsel Blue has said, a high-level overview of a process that's not simply something we're inventing, that is used by many groups, many agencies, to many types of groups and agencies to reach consensus decision-making, building on that, and then using these tools at the end that we have available to us to drive it home in the unlikely event that we need to do that. So I'm prepared to adopt that as the approach that we take. It was kind of a windy soliloquy. But
No, it's a very important and very good summary, Commissioner, and which I agree entirely. You reminded me of yet another example. So the examples are many. New Jersey Gaming Commission, as I understand the history, before they were the three-member board that they are now, they were five. And the decision for suitability had to be a decision of four, a majority of four. That was a statutory condition. And I would draw a parallel to us in the current state, which is, and continues to be, was always the case. In order to award a license, in order to make any decision, this board is required to get 3 votes. So, so long as with everything, everything that we have outlined here in terms of tools and processes, after all, we'll be looking for a majority of 3.
But in addition to your thoughts, speaking of New Jersey, because it really is similar, and they went decades with a 5-member commission, there were a number of times when there was an expired position that was not filled for months for whatever reason, and 4 members were always able to come to consensus decisions. So this is not unique, and others have worked through it successfully.
All right. Any further commentary, discussions, thoughts? I don't think we need a vote on that either. I think what we've done is laid out a structure and a process for decision making. We will fine tune it as the beginning of the deliberations occurs, and lay out the ground rules. I think that's an excellent suggestion, or not the ground rules, but so that everybody understands what the procedure is, and it'll be as we've just described it, with a little bit more detail as to sequencing. But
Yeah, can I just add one thing that we did do last time that I'm assuming we will continue to do, that wasn't mentioned in this process, was the request for a clarification from applicants if at any point during the presentations any one of us makes a representation that is inaccurate or factually incorrect. There will be that, of course, that opportunity, and that's another piece of the process that I think is very important.
We will have that same procedure in place. I think this time we'll just be a little more direct, that they send their emails or issues in to John or to me so that we can collect them and have them all in one place.
Sure, and we because of the volume and complexity of the material, we may want to take a little bit more time in spacing out the reports to give time to consider all those things. But that's the kind of detail I think we clearly can work on, but the goal is to have this full information flow and the careful, thoughtful deliberation that we bring to it throughout the process in each step and move that way.
I would echo that. And Commissioner McHugh, you made the point of, not taking the full day necessarily to do presentations, but, keeping our schedule somewhat condensed on our presentation days to allow for more of that give and take and back and forth with our applicants, as opposed to run back to the office after 5 o'clock and faxes going back and forth until 1 a.m.
Right.
And for the record, it perhaps goes without saying, certainly our applicants know this. The finance group, and I'm sure this applies to other groups, has had a number of additional requests for clarifications already. I think we have had now a round of 3 to each of the applicants from finance. Of course, that process is not limited to prior to the presentation, which is part of the point here. All 4 commissioners could have that as one of the tools, as one of the several tools, as we embark prior to the decision making.
Surely. All right. Anything further then that we need to say about that subject? I think we've got a good approach and a good program. Anything further from you, General Counsel?
No.
Director Day?
No, sir.
All right. Then I think we've come to the end of a good day. Is there a motion to adjourn?
To adjourn?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. We're adjourned.